The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Even the best AIs would fear the near-perfect play on display at the U.S. Women's and U.S. Open Championships in St. Louis. No pieces are safe when facing this dangerous field. They'll take your pawns, your rooks, and your bishops. Carissa Yip played like a machine, annihilating all resistance to net a victory and remain in co-lead. Fabiano Caruana sure looks like he'll be back-to-back U.S. champ after drawing his game to stay in clear first. The frontrunners are pulling away, but the future is not yet written. Day 7 of Relentless Chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 7 of the US Chess Championships and US Women's Chess Championships held at the St. Louis Chess Club. We started the day in the Central West End, where the players are battling for position in this coveted national championship. It's been a fantastic event so far. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
Welcome to St. Louis, the home of chess in America, as the St. Louis Chess Club proudly presents the US and US Women's Chess Championships. We are past the halfway mark as round 7 begins now. Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm Katerina Nemcova and I am here with Yasser Seirawan.
Kate, the halfway point has passed and it's been wonderful.
Yeah, it's fantastic games, incredible fighting spirit. I love it.
Me too. Hello everyone and welcome to our show. The 2023 National Championships have been great and we are seeing separation at the top. 2 ladies are running away with the Ladies Championship with +4 scores. Pretty impressive stuff. And in the open section, we have a clear first, clear second. But Kate, do the honors and tell us the current standings after 6 rounds of
Okay, so let's take a look and let's start with the women's section.
Yes.
So standings after round 6, 2 leaders, Carissa Yip and Begim Tokhirjonova. They've been just storming through the tournament with 5 points, incredible performance. And third place, clear third place for Irina Krush with 4 points.
Really impressive stuff by Carissa and Begim. And tell us about the open section.
In the open section, not much have changed since yesterday. We still have a leader, Fabiano Caruana, with 4.5 points out of 6, but he's closely followed by Hans Niemann with 4 points, and then there is a 2-way tie for the third place, Wesley and Leinier Dominguez with 3.5 points.
And tell us about the format for these 2 national championships.
We play 2 12-player round robins, which means each player plays everybody else in their respective section. We play classical chess. The time control is 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and 30-second increment from move 1. Players are not allowed to agree on a draw. They cannot even offer a draw. And we have traditional scoring system, 1 point for win, half a point for a draw, and 0 points for loss.
As we pass the halfway mark, tell us more about the remaining schedule, Kate.
So we always play 1 round a day. Today, round 7, we always start at 1:20 p.m. Central Time. Tomorrow, round 8, and then everybody has a rest day. Then 3 more rounds, and if necessary, there will be playoffs on Wednesday, October 18th.
Wonderful. And Cristian, we're wonderful to have you in studio. And tell us about the leaders and their road ahead.
Good to see you guys. Good to see you. It was a timid round yesterday, especially in the open section, but I have to say the ladies definitely brought the heat in yesterday's battles. So let's take a look after 6 rounds. Where do we stand in terms of standings, but also highlight the road ahead of our leaders. In the ladies section, as we can see, Carissa Yip and Begim Tokhirjonova are creating some separation compared to their followers. As you can see, Irina Krush, now she's 1 point behind the 2 ladies. She was half a point yesterday, but she was unable to win that endgame against Ru Yang Yan, and unfortunately right now for her, she's 1 full point behind the leaders. Let's take a look at Carissa's road ahead, one of the co-leaders in the ladies section. As you can see, just an incredible score. 5 points out of 6 possible points. In round 7, she's playing a struggling player. I have to say, Talia Cervantes, a good opportunity for her to potentially get the sole lead or extend her lead. In round 8, she's playing Atusa Purkashian, and in round 9, a big battle against the 2-time national champion Nazi Paikidze. Definitely an accessible road ahead in the next 3 rounds for Carissa. And what about her co-leader? Right. That is Begim Tokhirjonova, woman grandmaster Begim Tokhirjonova, also sitting pretty on 5 points out of 6. In round 7 against Nazi Paikidze, that's a big battle right there. But I have to say, Nazi has been struggling in this event. Hiccups here and there. Round 8 against Anna Zatansky, that's a player that she struggles against. And in round 9 against Ru Yang. A very difficult road ahead in the next 3 rounds for Begim. And what about the open standings? In that one, we have a sole leader, the defending champion, Fabiano Caruana, sitting pretty on 4.5 points out of 6. As I was mentioning, nothing has changed because yesterday we had 6 draws out of 6 games possible. Hans Niemann still in sole second place, half a point behind the leader. And let's highlight Fabiano's road ahead for the next 3 rounds. This is a big one. Today against Ray Robson with the black pieces. This one is not going to be an easy task for Fabiano. Round 8 against Shankland, and round 9. That's that's the big matchup we are all expecting. Fabiano versus Hans Niemann. And speaking of Hans, let's take a look at his road ahead as well. I have to say, this is a big one in round 7 with the white pieces against the struggling Andrew Tang. He needs to try and score a victory, and if he does so, he has a good chance to potentially catch up Fabiano Caruana, maybe even surpass him, who knows, but he needs to win in today's matchup. Round 8 against Ray Robson, and round 9, again, that big clash between himself and the defending champion Fabiano Caruana. Guys,
round 9
every
really
single round we have so many exciting matchups.
Absolutely.
What are you guys looking forward to?
Well, let's take a look at all the pairings. Kate, do the honor and tell our audience what they can expect for this round 7. Let's start with the ladies.
Let's take a look. So we have Crash, who is in the clear 3rd place, and she will try to take advantage of struggling Eswaran's game to maybe catch up with the leaders.
Absolutely. Arena knows this is one she needs to win with white.
Then we have you playing Yan, Lee playing Zatansky.
That's a big match right there, Alice Lee and Anna Zatansky.
Tokhirjonova, the leader, playing former US champion Paikidze. Another key matchup of today. Abhimanyu playing Purkashian. And then we have Yip playing Cervantes.
Also big matchup. And for the open section, all the pairings.
Round 7 will bring games Robson against the leader Caruana. Hans Niemann against Andrew Tang. We talked about that game.
Exactly.
Hans will definitely try to win this game to catch up with Caruana. Then we have Saw playing Xiong.
Wesley just on the outside, and Jeffrey's a little vulnerable, so Wesley's going to try to push with the white pieces.
Then we have a game of elite and experienced players. Dominguez playing Aronian. Then Swiercz playing Mishra, and Sevian playing against Shankland.
Very, very nice. And these players have been fighting very, very hard. You mentioned the no draw offers. What are they fighting for in the ladies?
Very generous prize fund, $152,000 in the women's section. First place winning $40,000, second place $30,000, and third place $20,000. And all players receive prize money, with 12th place winning $4,000.
And in the open section, Kate?
We have even bigger money here, $250,000 prize fund, with first place winning $60,000, second place $45,000, and third place $35,000, all the way to 12th place, which is, I believe, 6,000.
And there we see the World Chess Hall of Fame, where the tournament site, and Fabiano, our tournament leader, he's up against Ray Robson. And I have to say, Ray started terribly, like just miserably. But Ray put together a brilliancy against Jeffery Xiong. And you know when you play one of your career best games, because that will be in Ray Robson's book of career best games, you start to feel better about yourself. And Fabi knows, as an Olympic teammate of his, Ray can score against anybody.
Oh,
Cristian.
absolutely. And he scored so many important victories at the Olympiads. I remember this game against Vityukov, I think, when he played his first Olympiad.
Against Russia.
Against Russia, yeah. What an incredible game that was. He won that one in a tactical melee. But I have to say, Fabi was a bit distressed yesterday because we missed something, and he missed something as well. He had a great move at one point in his game that would have given him a great advantage against Sam Sevian yesterday. You know how he found it?
Bishop e3, this game with Bishop e3?
Yes, he had the d4 move. He had that d4 move at one point in the game. Maybe I will show it to you later.
Yeah.
Ray is late and Fabi is looking around, waiting.
Man, I got to start your clock. They hit the cowbell and there you go. But I know the players have to get wanded. They come through security. Right. Maybe there's a little bit of a jam at the security desk there. But you were saying, continue. Fabi missed a key moment?
He missed a key moment. I will show it to you later, and when we will have some time, because he was very distressed at dinner. He looked at it, he understood that he had a great opportunity to potentially score a victory in that one, and he wasn't very happy about it.
Okay. Kate, give me your mindset. I'm looking at the game between Hans, Niemann, and Andrew Tang. You have to imagine you're coming into this round. You have the white pieces against a lower rated player, and you're thinking to yourself, I've got to score, I've got to win this game, I should win this game. How do you approach this game when you're in that circumstance?
With having white pieces, you want to go into some complicated games because you see your opponent is not very confident in his game.
Right.
So I think we can expect maybe even some novelties, because maybe you remember when Hans was in the studio saying that he got inspired from a recent game at a tournament at the World Juniors, and he used that inspiration against Levon Aronian.
Exactly, and there we do see, as I actually correctly guessed. Just a second, let me pat myself on the back for that one. Ray Robson going through security as we've got the most sophisticated wanding equipment.
Definitely making sure that players have no electronic devices, no watches, nothing on themselves, so there can be no doubt about them cheating at the game.
And that's the second one. He has the first one, and that's the military grade one. As you can see,
the one with the ear?
Thermal one, the military thermal one, yes.
I got to put on the night glasses.
Night goggles, yes.
To see what kind of light rays might be emanating from Ray Robson as he gets into the tournament hall. Again, just turning our attention to Hans, Niemann, and Andrew Tang for a moment. No Joko piano today, so which, at least for Hans, as he essays the Rui Lopez.
By the way, what a beautiful playing hall. I'm just always amazed. Every day we see the same playing hall, and I'm just speechless.
That's because we have played in some tournament halls that we're not really that proud of. The basements and other places, let's just say. Bishop a4 and knight e7 by Andrew. I think they call this the Steinitz.
Ray is really taking time to make a move. He's tying his shoes, bringing water.
Right. Andrew, I think, is the first to try to surprise his opponent with the move knight e7. Well, okay, the idea here is pretty straightforward. You're defending the knight, which defends the pawn, and you're planning to play g7, g6, bishop g7 in the very near future. I have it in mind that Shakhriyar Mamidarov champions the black side, and Lajos Portish in his day. But to be fair to Lajos, he played just about everything under the sun. Just a great theoretician, Lajos. I don't know what the current state of theory is with knight e7, but
I played this opening several times for white, and I like it. It's very active, but I know there are a lot of direct ways that black can get also very reasonable position.
Exactly. So you were saying that when you approach a game where you're a big favorite and your opponent is looking to throw you off, well, Andrew kind of did that. You guessed his strategy correctly as well. Let me just go to Ray Robson versus Fabi. Whoa, look at this. E4, C5.
Wow, I don't remember last time seeing Sicilian played by Fabi.
By Fabi. That's a surprise for sure, as he is thinking to outfox Ray in the opening. This This is going
Remember
to be very,
Levon
very fun.
Aronian, he also played Sicilian in the
Right.
previous round and saying that, sometimes you need to practice your new opening in actually high-stakes tournaments, not just when playing blitz
Exactly.
and just playing with friends.
Yeah, but when you're really being tested severely in a classical tournament like the national championships. But boy, I must say, this is a stunner. D7, D6. I'm just going to go quickly. Sevian,
Does Fabi feel like he needs to win this game with black? I mean, his opening choice definitely points to that, but that's a very risky situation, right?
Exactly.
You're playing D6. Maybe he believes that Hans has a great opportunity to score against Andrew, and he doesn't want to see him next to him as a co-leader.
The co-lead? I don't know. Ray is not somebody you want to play with.
He's stunned right now, though.
D7, D6. And Ray's just thinking to himself, okay, if I do play D2, D4, now I do remember in the candidates where it was one of those last round games that Fabi was playing against
Karyakin, yeah.
Sergey, and he needed to win. And then he essayed not the Najdorf, but this...
Classical.
Yes, with bishop g5, e7, e6. Sergey ended up playing one of the greatest games of his career and sacrificed a rook and won that game, won the candidates, went on to play Magnus in the 2018 World Championship in New York City. Great stuff. But help me out here, Coach. You've worked with Fabi.
I cannot give you.
When he plays the Sicilian, what is his mindset?
Well, I've seen Fabi play the 4 knights, not
Yes.
this d6 as much. Like he essayed e6 followed by knight f6 and knight c6 quite a few times. In fact, whenever he needs to win, he usually plays it when he needs to win. I remember this game against, I believe it was in Norway chess last year against Aryan Tari.
Yes.
He had to win with the black pieces, or at least that's how he approached it, and he played the Sicilian the 4 knights with knight to c6. This leads to completely wild positions, right? Knight to b5, knight a6, very, very dangerous positions for both sides. But this one, I haven't seen him play in a very, very long time. As you were mentioning, maybe that was the last game against Karyakin, going all the way back to 2018. So that's quite a while back. Now, we're going to have to wait and see. I do believe that Ray played a move, or at least he was about to play a move. We haven't received it on our
no, it looks like
yet,
Ray seems to be...
he's still in the tank.
I think.
Okay, he's still thinking.
So he's thinking, if I play an open Sicilian, what will Fabi have prepared for me? Because we know Fabi is not bluffing. He's done his homework. If I play an Alapin with C3, what will that bring? What type of middle game position is that going to? How can I deviate? Should I play D4 and potentially take with the queen? That's a completely different set of middle game positions.
And Ray had a very important game against Sam Shankland, I think last U.S. Championship, where he played with Bishop B5, a very important win.
Exactly.
That he scored.
And then you have the Bishop B5 check, and again, a whole different schematics there as well, Cristian.
And this also plays a little bit against Ray, because we know Ray, he likes to think. He likes to get in time trouble situation. Make him think as early as move 2. Why not? And that's going to help you with your goal of getting Ray into time trouble situation.
Exactly.
I believe this is a choice made specifically against this player.
Okay. Before I turn to the ladies, I did want to just take a quick gander at Wesley So versus Jeffery Xiong, because again, Wesley is sitting on the outside at the moment, but a win today would certainly put some wind in his sails as they play this Joko piano with this early D7, D5. If Black can ever get away with this early D5, I think that just completely neutralizes the Joko piano. We have been seeing a lot of games in this event and many others with D7, D6, and with A5 and the complexity of playing A6 and/or, as you just mentioned, A5 and
a number of potential
H3?
sacrifices after Bishop G5, H6, Bishop H4, G5.
But if you can ever just get away with D5, and if you can just neutralize the position and say, okay, this position is even, then D7, d5 is going to be very, very popular. Let's turn our attention to the ladies for a moment as we jump into the game between Begim and Nasi. Nasi plays the Caro-Kann. This will not have been a surprise whatsoever for Begim. So she plays the advance, and both players are heading straight into a very topical line. And once again, Juan, I'll remind you, you won a very nice game from the Olympiad, but you didn't play it with knight b3, right? You did something else.
To be honest, I don't exactly remember the game, the move order, but I played a different game with this knight b3 idea to stop c5.
Okay.
Or maybe we were considering to even play this line during the game, because the knight is doing a very good job there, just not allowing the counterplay on the queen side.
Yeah, from pardon me, from Black's point of view, the center, if you will, the d4, e5, it really cramps Black, and you say to yourself, well, where should this bishop go? Well, it doesn't have a very good diagonal, right? So the idea is you want to chip away, just as you said. Black is ready to play c5. If he ever can weaken White's control of the center, the bishop could go to g7. So from Black's point of view, Black needs to play moves like f6 and or c5. So the usual setups are knight d7, queen d7, queen c7, bishop g7, and this is all theory. Let's continue. Carissa Yip has just been simply outstanding with a +4 score, but she's doing it with the black pieces. Can she do it today with the white pieces?
And we see Talia using the same weapon that she already played in this tournament, this bishop d7.
And f2, f3, and the players, well, I won't call it an English attack because that's usually what you do against the Najdorf with a7, a6. Bishop e3, interesting moment right here, because as Black, you could, if you wanted, transpose into a dragon with g7, g6, but then you are allowing the Yugoslav attack, queen d2, bishop c4. If I'm in Black's shoes and I don't want to play the dragon, e7, e6, e7, because this stuff now is not that scary for Black because you've already played bishop to e3. Why should I be afraid of the position after bishop e3, bishop
right,
f4?
So you lose the tempo to attack that pawn.
No, so e7, e6, bishop e7 castles, and you go into a normal Scheveningen or Scheveningen variation.
By the way,
Black.
we have a6 on the board, and really? Carissa wasting no time.
a6.
G4, ready to attack.
Let's go. G4.
Usually we see queen d2 move before, but
something
Carissa is just going immediately with g4.
So a kind of a Kara's attack, but in this case, White has used the tempo f2, f3. And here, the combination of bishop and d7 and a7, a6, that feels awkward to my eyes. Why? Because oftentimes, like if we just take this move back for a moment, sorry, apologies, I'm just going to do it like this. a6, f3, e6, bishop e3, bishop e7, g4. In many cases, we're really not that afraid of the move g5 because we have the square d7, so we could go, for example, knight c6, g5, and this is all theory. But in the current position, the bishop is actually on d7, and that makes the move g4 that much more attractive for the white player because g5 means that you're going to have to play knight h5 whether you like it or not.
I think one thing that Black can try is to develop the rook on c8 very quickly to try to target the knight on c3, pardon me.
Okay, no worries. And if we do go a little bit nuts?
I have to go knight h5.
Okay. And here we pause for a moment because we do, we can't really play f4 because you could take and maybe take on f4. But we could slow play this with queen d2, and the idea here is to play bishop e2 and maybe f4. You may have to play e5. I'm not sure how you like this.
I like queen a5, but it is dangerous for Black with that knight on the edge of the board.
Jump in, if you don't mind, Christian, with this theoretical duel going on between Carissa and Talia. The combination of a6 and bishop d7 I'm not a big fan.
Yes, not a big fan, but it has been played quite a
Okay.
few times. Obviously, the idea is that with a6 and the bishop already on d7, I can play the move b5 early on. So perhaps this is her idea in this position. The knight on c6 is no longer free with the bishop on d7. That's the main plan. Now the question is, how are you going to respond to this immediate threat, right? Because I'm going g5, I'm following it up with f4, and you're not yet developed, right? And if you have to defend this knight on h5, for example, let's say you make a random move, rook to c8, g5.
Well, was it
It's
so
not a random move.
Wasn't so random. Yes.
It's deep, well considered.
Okay, I'm not going to play 5.
Rook c8, a random move.
Rook c8, that's a normal move, right?
Thank you.
G5, knight h5, and now I have ideas of f4, right?
Well, I'm not sure. Knight takes d4, knight f4? I don't know.
So this is how you want to play it. Take and then take on f4.
Well,
this is your idea.
Well, I'm not sure.
And then to play like this with a pawn down, perhaps, right? Or
well, I'm not sure
maybe
about
even
that
2 pawns
either.
down,
But but yeah, we were just thinking that the knight on h5, just drive it to h5 and play queen d2.
you can also do that. Yes, you can also just play it slow with queen to d2. But if f4 works and it provokes g6,
Well, then we're happy.
I will go f5 at some point. I will
bishop
open you
e2
up. Your
and-
bishop is committed right now to the square g6. Now I have much more of a control over the d5 square because you don't want to combine g6 with e6, right? You're
No.
weakening too many dark squares around your king. So definitely something to look out for. g4 was the last move. I'm seeing Carissa, at least both of the players right now seem to be out of their preparation. So that means we're going to have a very exciting game in this one. But guys,
Hold on. Just
Yes.
G4, apologies. So just give me what is the most popular moves after G4. What has black played
H6.
most often?
Again,
is
this is
H6.
This is a pretty big sideline. Not that many games, only 27 games in this
Okay.
position. This is move 8 in a Sicilian. You generally have much more games being played.
Yes, that's
right?
for sure.
27 games, it hasn't been explored as much.
Okay.
H6 to stop G5 immediately is one of the most, I would say, natural choices in the position, right? Because you do have to spend some time after that to go H4, rook to G1, get the rook off the H file, because otherwise you cannot recapture with the H pawn, and then go G5, right? So these are the type of details that these players will have to navigate.
Yes, but
For
please.
the next few moves.
Yeah.
H6 and then queen to D2,
D2,
H4 is also a
castle.
move. Let's see, queen to D2, how in general do you usually develop your pieces? Also, there's a slight issue with the bishop on D7 because the knight cannot return to
Exactly.
D7, right? Very often whenever you get hit, by the way, knight takes D4 was played, so nothing that we just discussed. And right now, we're slowly entering new territory. Still 3 games have been played. By the way, all of them.
Queen
with
takes D4.
Queen takes D4.
Absolutely.
Makes a lot of sense, right?
Well,
you
if you
want
can-
to go long castle.
Yeah, well, if you can play the Scandinavian without having to suffer the consequence of knight c3, take with the queen, and after queen takes d4.
She played queen takes D4, makes a lot of sense.
and okay.
Bishop C6 and E5 were the 2 moves that have been played in this
the
position.
most, yeah. Bishop
Well,
c6.
again, there's only 3 games. Bishop C6, 2 of them, and E5. And by the way, I don't actually recognize, except Josh Waitzkin.
Yes.
We recognize Josh
Okay,
Waitzkin
yeah,
in
yeah.
1992. Okay, I was
Disney.
I was around.
Searching for Bobby Fischer.
Searching for Bobby Fischer. That's 1992, and the last game was actually played in 2005. And I do believe that this is some sort of a correspondence game because once again, I don't recognize the names.
Okay.
Seems like correspondence. This has been tried not so much in actual practice. So the ladies, I would say right now, they're kind of in novel territory for both of them. Whoever is the better player, whoever is filling this type of positions better is going to win this one.
And you were anxious to show us another position.
I was just going
Yes.
to go back to this Hans versus Andrew. It's such a consequential game for the
Absolutely.
standings, right? C3, and we were discussing this. Generally, this knight E7 is coupled with the idea of G6, right? G6, put the bishop on G7. Knight to G6 was Andrew's choice. D4, take, and now knight takes D4. Already a pretty significant surprise.
I don't think I've ever seen knight g6 being played in this position.
Yes. So black surprised first, but then white, Hans, decided to surprise back because obviously he knows he played c3.
Right.
The most natural move is to take with a c pawn.
Clear.
take with the c-pawn, get the knight to c3. But then he takes with the knight, and this has been played only once. In 2022, a decent Grandmaster game, but only played once. And let's take a look at what has happened. Knight takes d4, c takes d4, and the engine is saying that already white has a significant advantage in the position. And I have to say, knight to d4 is a very good practical choice. Why, you might ask? The best move is bishop to c5.
Okay.
Bishop to e3, very easy to see. And right now, you're already having to face some serious threats. You cannot just hang around and go short castle.
That's a blunder, yeah.
Because of knight takes c6.
Right.
So already you have to calculate and you have to play moves such as knight to e5, the other knight to e5. The best moves in the position, what I'm trying to say, they don't generally connect very well with the ideas that you had, that you knew from back home of playing this move. Knight to e7, knight to g6, bishop c5, develop everything, play d5 at the right moment, and definitely get this knight most likely to e5, not the other knight to e5. And after knight e5, I can go queen to e2. Things get very serious very quickly, and it seems like Hans perhaps knew better this idea. He got surprised, but perhaps has analyzed this position at home and knows exactly what he's doing. Right now, he's borderline winning. Look, I'm not exaggerating when I'm saying this. This is borderline winning because I have the center. Your knight on h6 is going to get hit either by f4 or h4. I have a couple of opportunities to do that. And if you don't get d5 in very quickly, you're in trouble.
I find myself stunned, but that Andrew would have such a bad position after a mirror 7 moves. I mean, of course, you look at the, pardon me, I'll bring it up on my screen as well. You look at the central pawns.
It's really bad.
The central pawn duo, d4 and e4. But it's really about the fact that you're not playing d7, d5, and either provoking e4, e5.
But Yasser, I have to say, I just don't understand this because knight g6 has to be home preparation.
Of course.
And Hans made a very normal move d4.
Well, also c3 is very normal. I'm much more used to seeing, by the way, d7, d6, d2, d4, bishop to d7, and then later, seriously, your very next move, you're playing knight g6 because you've got e5 well protected. But the combination of knight g6 and capturing twice on d4, that's very strange because, again, if you're not hitting the center pawn duo right away with moves like d5, then I'm just going to play knight c6, knight c3 castles. And what is this knight doing on g6?
Yeah, and Andrew is thinking in this position because he already lost about 15 minutes.
After knight d4, he started thinking. So that's how I know that Hans surprised Andrew with knight takes d4. Again, it's easy to miss. But look, it's so early on. You shouldn't be missing knight.
No,
it's a
exactly.
move. It exists. You have to analyze it.
Exactly, especially if you know you're going to be playing knight g6.
I mean, that's a risky line. If you don't know it, you get punished at this level.
Yeah. If I were in Andrew's shoes, I would have been sitting there saying, well, why am I helping my opponent with the move knight takes d4? Maybe I'm not a big fan of this position, bishop e7, castles, knight f5. The knight really looks really good on f5, and I definitely do think white's for choice. But at least I have a secret smile that's going on. You're not going to get knight c3 and a nice position for your knight. Your pawn on c3, in fact, is not great. But helping the pawn going to d4, that seems very contrarily to me.
So it's so easy for white to develop, just castle, knight c3.
Fluid, easy
you're
development.
You're not going to spend much time on making those moves.
No, exactly. Knight c3 castles, and I very, very seriously start to think about f4, f5, and when you say very big advantage, I believe you're Cristian, then what else is...
It's close to 1.5 point advantage at this point. That's close to decisive, objectively at least, right?
And it just feels so much easier. And in the game of Fabiano, what did Ray come up with?
He decided to go with bishop to b5, which
it
kind of makes sense. He blinked. Yes, he usually plays d4. He's usually an open Sicilian type of player, but he blinked because he knew Fabi has something prepared. And you don't want to fight his preparation when you have your own preparation. Right. When you don't have your own preparation before the game, that's when you want to deviate as early as possible. That's exactly what he did. Bishop to b5, knight to d7. we sort of expect it. And now already, after bishop to b5, knight d7, we understand. Fabi is playing this game for a victory with the black pieces. Because bishop to d7 is considered to be just fine for black, close to equalizing if you know exactly what you're doing. Knight to d7 is throwing the gauntlet, keeping more pieces on the board, because if you do take on d7 later on, you're giving me the two bishops. So in general, white doesn't give the two bishops and chooses the retreat on e2. Knight f6, knight c3, g6, and this is what we have right now. b5, a takes b5, and a takes b6, excuse me, and knight takes b6. And this is sort of well-known theory. Black is going to try to go a5, a4, and then create some sort of an attack on the pawn b2. And at the right moment, hopefully, he's going to be able to, or at least black hopes that he's going to be able to exchange the weakness. The a pawn is the weakness in black's camp for the pawn on b2 and equalize like such. These are the type of dynamics that go into play. Bishop to e3, sometimes white even looks at ideas of opening up the center with the move d4 later on in the position. So for example, bishop to e3, queen to c7. I do think that you have to worry about, if you do go a5, some ideas of e5 now that the pawn on c5 is under attack. This type of exchanges. And
would favor white, yeah.
Unclear, but you have to be thinking. You have to have those in the back of your mind. a5 is one of the moves. Queen to c7 is another one of the moves. Bishop to b7 has been played as well. So again, it's all about who knows the position better, and I have a feeling Fabi has analyzed this at home. As you mentioned, he's not bluffing.
No.
When he's ready to play this type of situations, you know that he analyzed this probably not the night before, but maybe before the tournament. Maybe this is his weapon to play for a win before the tournament. So definitely an interesting wrinkle coming from Fabiano. We haven't seen him employ this type of openings before, so this will lead to an exciting game.
Thank you, Cristian. And Kate, where would you like to take us?
I want to take a look around all the games that are being played in the open section.
All right. Well, let's jump into the game of Sam Sevian, as the two Sams face
Are you going to
against...
see another rook endgame today?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, what's the over and under on a rook ending in a Sam Shankland game? Well, we'll take the over. Bishop g5, Semislav's variation. h7, h6, bishop takes f6. None of these crazy gambit, Botvinnik pawn sacrifices with bishop h4. But bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, e3. White gives up the two bishops for a lead in development, as well as this bishop on c8. The players are still in theory. Let's continue our look around Dariusz versus Mishra. And this is a French. And I have faced it as black on multiple games. And I always loved playing the black side. I have 100% score.
100%?
100. Wow. I have always won. Well, now you know why I like playing it with black. I've always won, and nobody, and I mean nobody, played the move bishop f4 against me.
I played it twice with white, and I also have 100%.
As white?
As white in this position.
Wow, we're going to have a clash of titans when we sit down together. Bishop b5, my opponents have played against me, as well as bishop e3. But for my experience, bishop f4 is new. After bishop f4, Mishra played knight f6, which makes perfect sense. We're a pawn up, after all. Let's hold on to it. Bishop b5 now, and now knight d5.
So black is trying to force that exchange, because if white decides to exchange the knights, then I'm very happy to recapture the pawn.
But on the other hand, dare I ask, you play bishop b5, I play bishop d7, and you're not really, I don't think you're ever really threatening to take. I don't see how bishop f4 and bishop b5 coordinate with one another unless it's d5. Yeah,
that's one of the typical moves in this opening, right? We want to push forward to kind of control that center.
Okay, Mishra did play the move knight d5. We're caught up with the play. And let's just remind ourselves where these two players, and I know both of them looking for victory.
They're tied for the 5th place.
Well, actually, Dariusz is a half a point behind Mishra, right? So Dariusz is really, Mishra is sitting on 50%. At one moment, he had that moment in the sun. He was at the top of the cross table, Mishra, at very early days, right?
But if you would have told him going into this event that after more than half of the event you're going to be in the half of the field, I think he would have taken
he'd be delighted.
That. He would have taken that.
Absolutely. Come on, he's 14 years old. He's in his debut of the national championships.
He's not the lowest rated player because that's Andrew Tang, the winner of the US Open, but still he's towards bottom in terms of rating.
Of course.
Definitely he's overperforming in this event.
Big time. Jump in on the theoretical dispute that's taking place here, Cristian. First of all, what's the name of this gambit? It's the French...
It's just the winnower variation.
Winnower gambit variation?
Winnower variation is what the database is telling me. Knight to d5 apparently is a very rare move. Bishop to d7 being the main line in this position. Bishop to d7, queen to d2 is a pawn sacrifice, but I will take that pawn at some point. I will go long castle, rook to e1, and then you're not going to be able to defend that pawn on e4 for much longer. So knight to d5 is the first sprinkle, definitely something that he prepared at home because he has an hour and 30 minutes. And this definitely stopped Dariusz because right now he's trying to understand, okay, what am I doing now?
Right.
Bishop to d2 makes a lot of sense, right?
Does it really?
You don't want to take on d5.
I don't want to take on d5,
That's pretty obvious. Do you want to give up the dark square bishop? Probably not as well. Where do you put the bishop? g3 or a d2? To my eyes, makes the most sense, right?
g3 or knight b6, great. I'll bring my bishop back to f1 and just... Yeah. Now if you want to play a4, you play a4. Yes. Okay, take on c5 and bishop e3 at last. I feel like I finally developed my bishop. It took me forever to get the bishop out into the game.
Have a couple of ways to defend that, but let's start with rook to d8.
Queen e2.
All right.
Kind of standard stuff.
Bishop to f8 seems to be a move.
Well, the point is...
Okay, what if I go bishop to f8? This is a bit of a...
but your knight was on d5.
Right.
And it was kind of enclosing my bishop on c1. Now your knight's on b6, and maybe I play c4 here. And
c4, really?
Yeah, well, your knight is on b6, and it's not going to... Okay.
I'm taking it away from b6.
Rook d1?
Rook d1, rook b8, I think.
Interesting. That is true.
Now I'm starting to put some pressure.
Yeah. The a pawn has become
an asset.
An asset.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It blocks the pawn on b2, and this right now is the main weakness in the position.
Good point. Yeah.
While the last 10 moves, the a pawn was the main weakness in the position. Now, again, defended by the bishop on c6, very nicely defended, and it would take you a lot of time to go bishop to d3, bishop to c2. First of all, you cannot do that because you lose the pawn on b2.
Right.
Rook to a1, and only at that point you will have enough resources to even threaten my pawn on a4, right? It's very difficult to get to it. This is the differentiator in the position. Perhaps Fabiano understands that, at least with the black pieces, and it's so difficult to win games, especially against mighty opposition, such as Ray Robson, but at least he got something. He got an imbalance in the position.
And he played queen b7, so he did not go knight b6.
Okay.
Bishop c4, queen b7. Yeah, it was strange in that line where I felt I finally did something good. I developed my bishop to e3. It turned out, well, it wasn't that great. Here again, as white, I'd probably be tempted to capture on c5 and just define the structure for a moment. Maybe
and offer queen trade?
Queen b3, okay.
Because then you have weak pawns on c5 and a5.
Oh, well, he's not going to trade queens. He's going to go knight b6 and the diagonal,
knight b6,
right?
bishop takes f7, though.
Oh!
That might be a problem,
Now that's a pawn you know.
Right, I mean, you're still taking it back, but
F3.
that's not enough. Take. I can always take on c5 or on a5. Okay, you have some queen d1, so I have to be ready for that. But
queen e6
queen
check
e6
is also annoying.
Is a move as well.
Yeah.
You don't have enough on this side. Don't do this.
Bishop e3.
Right. But
with one game,
take a look at the open standings after that draw that we just saw. between Levon and Leinier.
And
So we still have Fabiano with 4.5 points, but Leinier now caught up with Hans Niemann because he has 4 points.
Absolutely, and if I'm in the top standings, I'm seeing Levon struggling, making draws. I'm like, good, that's one guy, you know, like, don't have to worry about. Tell me about the game of Hans Niemann, because Hans was gifted a huge advantage out of the opening. Is that still the case, Cristian?
Oh yes, for sure, but not as big anymore, because it seems like Andrew is trying to fight his way back. We've seen this move rook to b1, and now the bishop is on a2. And perhaps this last move came as a surprise, right? You were not thinking that black can actually play the move b5, you're losing a pawn. But in fact,
a2 is hanging.
The bishop on a2 is hanging. So I have time to go b5, and then you know what I'm going to do next. I'm going to play c6 as well, cement the structure as is on that side. In the meantime, you have to do something. You have to do
the
something.
g4 is not intuitively.
But the bishop was on c2.
And he
When
could
he
have
was
played for
able to
g4.
go, well, in the game, in the stem game that we were
Yes.
discussing at the beginning of the show. The
Luigi.
bishop was on c2, basso Pierluigi, and queen on d3, setting up this nice, beautiful mating attack, right?
yeah.
That's not the case in this position. So Andrew definitely
Fighting back.
trying to crawl his way out of this deep hole that he put himself out of the opening. On the clock, still way behind, 21 minutes against 53 minutes. Hans still with a very nice advantage. At the same time, things are getting a little bit tricky in the position.
Rook a1. Okay, that is, okay, you're defending a2, but aren't you allowing a pin after, for example, knight b6?
Knight b6, yeah, why not? And by the way, maybe we can look at the players, because I think Andrew was ready to make a move. He always looks like he's ready to make a move, actually. There we go. No, he's not going to make a move. But knight to b6 does look like a very natural move, right?
I'm looking at the position, Kate. I'm kind of reminded of open Spanishes, you know, where oftentimes in the open Spanish you're trying to get in the move c5, and usually it's a big fight for these two squares on the queen side, c5 and c4. The last move, rook a1, isn't it just encouraging knight b6? I mean, after all,
He played it.
If you play a5, I'm jumping to c4, and I'm very, very grateful. If you take, I'm very grateful. So I'm assuming.
You know, I have to
Hans
say,
wants to play
I'm
bishop.
surprised by more moves. Even bishop a2. I wasn't sure I really understand why to move the bishop back.
Well, back here, we were talking about, again, the stem game where the bishop could come to c2. You could then play for queen d3 and g4, which happened. Bishop a4, bishop a2.
So he wants to target the pawn
I think he
on
missed.
b7.
He just missed b5. b5 was not, and then suddenly the whole bishop a2, rook b1 looks like a loss of tempo.
Right, and if white plays a5 to just block it, then black is very happy for just getting c5, right?
Well, and just kind of locking the shutting down the queen side too, right? Yes, I do understand that c5, bishop a3, fighting stuff going on there, but I'm just saying that, you know, it wasn't what White wanted when he went in for this whole line. And of course, I would look to put the knight on e6 on a good day here. But let's see what happened, because he did play rook a1, knight b6, and again, Hans is stopped.
Because Hans has two bishops, right? So he wants to have an open position. But
Yeah.
suddenly, if Andrew is starting to close that position, or even having a good square for the knight, bishop b3 on the board.
So kind of inviting the same ending that we're seeing in Leinier and Levon game, bishops of opposite color. Okay, if we just did the straightforward takes, I'm assuming we're going to recapture with the rook. Both sides are happy, right? I mean, the white has dark squares, black has light squares.
I feel like white is a little bit happier.
Because of the protected pass pawn on e5, but that's going to be hard to win. I mean, you know, I'm going to play bishop to b5, c6, and let's just remind everybody, Hans comes into today's round in second place.
And he is playing Andrew Tang, and then Ray Robson and Fabiano
bottom
Caruana.
seed,
Yeah.
the bottom seed. So Hans is thinking I should win against Andrew. And then Ray Robson and Begim in round 9. But I think Hans has spoiled his
a large
position.
part of his advantage. Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of gone away.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, you can even
Yes.
transition
Yeah, do it
into
this
an
way.
opposite color bishop situation, right? In which your attack on the king side via the b1h7 diagonal is not coming anymore. Right?
Yeah, it's gone. Yeah,
It's gone. It truly is gone because you have to give me the bishop.
Right.
We have to go into this position, and now you have a couple of options. You can take on a4 with either the queen or the rook, or you can start with bishop to a3 as well and try to put that bishop on that diagonal. At the same time, look, I go here. I'm starting to harass you a little bit. I'm trying to
Exactly.
exchange pieces. I'm trying to get closer to a draw. Right?
Exactly.
Queen to d7. Where do you put the queen? It doesn't really matter. If you go anywhere, I'm going to go to c6. I'm going to start playing on the light squares.
Exactly.
That's the idea. And at some point, you will still have to prove your break as white. Are you going to go g4? I don't see that happening anymore, right? So how do you evolve your position? How do you make any progress? And I don't see it. I think knight takes a4. If he plays it, he has a good chance to neutralize Hans in this round.
Exactly. I'd like to turn our attention to where some action is. The two Sams, Sam Sevian and Sam Shankland. When we left it, we saw the move bishop e4 to b1 by Sevian, and that is opening up the possibility of knight e4 to
That square
d6.
on d6 looks very nice.
Very, very tempting. And as was mentioned, any c5, we're ready to meet c5 with the advanced d5. Let's see how the game evolved. Queen dropped back to d8 so that if I do play c5 and d5, knight takes will not come with a tempo. Okay, let's open things up. Another idea behind the move bishop e1 is I want to play h5 and then put a battery. So checkmate on h7. h4, c5, and we've...
Black has to do something, right? Because this h4 is really serious threat.
But this is where I kind of was just a little bit curious. d5. Now, you've got to take, because if you allow me to capture, you're dead. Now, I understand knight takes, knight takes, knight takes. That's clear. But I just wanted to see what your reaction might be to e6.
So I have to be looking at d4, right?
For sure. No question about it, d4. And here, pause for just a second, because maybe it's just one of those circumstances I don't have a good square for my queen, because I've got e7 in my pocket, right? And I'm looking at this diagonal, and I just like, ugh, how do I get my queen? Where do I put my queen, Kate? Help me.
F4 or...
Yeah, but f4 you take on.
Yeah.
And I wanted to play queen takes e6 check. That was the idea of e6. Queen takes e6 check, and the bishop would.
You cannot have everything, Yasser.
Why not?
There's bishop on a6.
I know that's the square I would like to leave my queen so that I could cover e6, keep e7, take on d7. But I guess I just don't have that. This is the current situation, and let's refresh where the two Sams.
Yeah, the two Sams are sharing 3 points, are sharing third place, I believe.
Yeah, with 50%, a victory by either player catapults them right up the scoreboard there at +1. Provided Fabi doesn't win any more games, +1 starts to be in the mix. Cristian, is there a way for white to get in d5 and e6?
Unfortunately not. No.
It's just not there.
And that's why you've seen the last few moves, especially the last move for black. this move queen to f8, because once again, you go c5, I go d5, you take, I take with the knight, and that attacks your queen on e7.
Right.
You don't want this, because after this, the knight jumps in, maybe I have enough time to go e6 as well. Of course, you're not going to take on e5.
Where did that come
that's
from?
A mouse slip.
That's
a mouse slip.
No, but you didn't touch anything. It was like your magnetism. You just drew that queen right to e5.
Sure. We'll go with that. We'll go with that.
The AIs are, whoa.
Something is at, okay.
Done?
I'm not really sure. Let's see, with the power of my mind, I'm going to switch things around. All right, there we go. c5.
Well, for you.
d5. With the queen on f8, this is completely different. Because now if you take, I can take on e5.
Correct.
You don't attack my queen on e7. I have time for this type of tactics. You take on e5, I take on d5. I feel good about my position.
True.
I'm a pawn up. I have the two bishops. There's no attack on the king side. So I'm feeling very good as black.
Right.
c5, this is the position. And I'm a bit surprised that Sam is thinking, because look, the last few moves, I've been getting ready for this.
Exactly.
I've been signaling my plan to go c5
All
with the move
along.
queen to f8,
Right.
rook to d8, queen to f8. We were discussing this type of ideas for white as well, try to open things up on the king side. But I just think that black is a little bit faster. And this position, for example, if you go h5,
Which is the desirable move.
I'm
Yeah.
not going to go g5, because
Oh,
now
now
I'm not
I'm
in
happy.
time, right? And the queen on f8 is in fact a liability, because it stops me from running with the king, queen
Right.
to h7.
And playing knight f8 as well. Right.
And perhaps this is what he wants, h5, but now I'm going to take on d4.
I have to recapture.
With
Knight,
what?
Knight takes d4.
Knight takes d4, now knight takes e5. If you take, I
Take?
take on d4. Be careful.
Wow.
There's some tactics in the
Ouch.
position, right? You don't have
You
enough
got me.
pieces, you don't have enough resources.
So can I try to improve on that idea and start with queen f4? No, before h5.
Rook cd1 was played.
Oh, okay.
So we do have a move right now. The question is, okay, what if, okay. So the
Now he
idea
wants
is
to recapture with the rook.
he wants to take back with the rook.
And
yes.
again, h5 is on white's agenda.
But now,
Okay,
I feel I'm-
h5, let's go.
no more queen e4 though.
Oh, no more.
That's why I
queen
played knight
e4.
c5. Now I can go g5.
Oh, that makes a big
No more
difference.
queen e4. This is a huge difference, right? Because you still have to lose a lot of tempies to set up this battery. No, this one is looking good. I have to say, I'm looking at the position more and more. I'm starting to like black. In this one, Sam Shankland with a good position has a good opportunity in this one to get to +1, which would be, by the way, a very, very decent score. We've been watching Sam's games, and you know, we've been poking a little bit of fun about him getting
And the
into all
rook
these rook
endings.
endings. But right now, a very complex middle game, and he seems to be handling it very, very well. And by the way, on time, Sam is not looking good. Sam Sevian is not,
Not
looking
looking good, yeah.
15 minutes for Sam, and 49, close to 50 minutes for Sam Shankland.
Thank you, Cristian, as we are going to take a break in anticipation of the time troubles that are going to come up. And in the meanwhile, a special message from our board of directors, and we will see you on the other side of the break.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago. And so the contributions have been immense. And of course, it's all thanks to Dr. Gene Singfield and Rex Singfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess. And we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja Nakobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the 2023 National Championships. We're in studio with Jana Thomas. Jana, welcome to the show.
Happy to be here with you.
I know you've been working with Kate, but you have been going into the schools for the last 6 years, and now you're a coordinator with school program. Tell us about all the work that you do for the club and for the schools and the kids.
Okay. Well, now as a coordinator, my job is to go out to these many districts and work with the principals and the teachers to get these programs started so children can learn and practice chess.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so since St. Louis Chess Club mission is deeply rooted in educating about a game of chess, what do you like the most about teaching chess?
Well, I love how it relates to life. So, I mean, I've been in education over 20 years. Shh, don't tell anyone. But I just loved how I could relate life lessons to the chessboard, and it really made it relatable for children. And, you know, they seem to catch on a lot faster when the lessons are meaningful, you know? Yeah, so I really enjoy that.
And I know, of course, besides just going out during school hours and stuff like that, you guys have actually been coordinating also for summer school camps, and you've had 100
I know. I mean,
kids.
like every week during summer there is a camp. One week we had over 100 kids signed up.
I would do a face plant if I had to take care of 100 kids.
It was
Jana.
huge teamwork here, you know, working with the grandmasters and our other instructors. It was a huge undertaking, but it was great. We served so many children. I mean,
how much feedback do you get from parents about these camps? How do kids love it?
Well, in the summer camp time, you know, we had children and parents telling us that their child told them, this was the best week of my life.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's really, really nice. As we see some of the B-rolls from chess camps that have taken place at the chess club. Can you fit 100 kids in the St. Louis Chess Club? I mean, that's hard, right? That's a lot of kids.
Yeah, not right now, we can't, but soon we will be able to.
Oh my goodness.
I remember some of the parents telling me that they drop off kids at 8 a.m. For the camp. They pick them up around 4 p.m. and once the kids get back to home, they play chess. They try to play against their parents, against siblings, and parents were like, what is happening here?
Right, exactly. Community Day, that was a big outreach, and I think for a lot of the grandmasters, they really enjoy going out and seeing the kids' faces, because the kids' faces light up like light bulbs. Give us the kids' reaction. What do they think when they have a Katrina come into the classroom and they see a grandmaster?
Well, they are so excited. You know, when I walked in with them, they're like, oh, can we have your autograph? I said, you know, I'm not a grandmaster, but I'll give you my autograph. It might be worth something one day. But they're so excited. They're asking for autographs, and they are actually, in certain instances, able to see a reflection of themselves. Like when we have a woman grandmaster that's 13, you know, children are like, it's possible. It's possible when we
Leslie,
have,
of course, you're talking about,
exactly, when we have the youngest international master, 14, children are like, wow.
That's crazy.
Maybe I can do this one day, because these are people who have reached the goal that maybe they aspire.
Exactly.
And they get to ask them questions.
Right.
So they were super excited. It was special.
Is there like a school league where the other schools compete against each other? The kids want to be on the team to play against the other schools?
So, I mean, with their schools.
Exactly.
They play with their schools. Scholastics puts on monthly tournaments. So our students in our programs get to come out and then take their chess to the next level and compete.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
How many coaches are going out into the schools?
Now that's a hard number to come up, because
I know it's a big number. It's always going up.
And we're
everywhere.
always adding.
Seasonality is a big deal too.
Yeah, it is.
But it's well above 24?
Absolutely.
Yeah, well above 24.
And Jana, you used to be a coach. Now you are a coordinator. The school year is starting. What can kids be looking forward in this new school year?
Oh, well, you know, lots of programming, our tournaments, that's something that's huge. We are definitely trying to push for more and more of the students that we have in our programs to come out to our monthly tournaments. And then we also team up with certain districts and have special tournaments. So, yeah, we're just trying to get them more involved.
Jana, thank you so much for coming on and discussing with our audience what you've been doing and what the St. Louis Chess Club is doing. Thank you for everything you do for the community.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at our standings. We'll take it with the ladies.
Yes, we
Kate?
have Carissa Yip and Begim Tokhirjonova, leaders of the women's tournament with 5 points out of 6. Just incredible performance so far. Irina Crash, 3rd place with 4 points, and then two-way tie for the 4th place Alice Lee and Anna Zatonsky with 3.5 points.
No results so far, but in the open section, we do have one result.
We have one draw between Leinier Dominguez and Levon Aronian, which brought Leinier Dominguez to tie for 4th place, I believe. But we have Fabiano Caruana, who is still leading, and Hans Niemann, who is 4th. Actually, pardon me, Leinier just tied with Hans Niemann to tie for 2nd place.
Right, with Hans still to play and trying to get a point in that game. And Cristian, take it away. You have the game of Hans in front of you. What's going on?
A lot of things have changed since the last time we saw it. I think we left it off after the move bishop to b3, and we were still debating, are you going to take on a4 and change the whole structure of this position or not? And he did decide to take on a4 in the end. Take a look at this. Take bishop to a3. Not taking back on a4. We were discussing white has a lot of options. You can recapture, but at some point you're going to get to that pawn anyway.
Right.
You might as well try to create something in the meantime first on the king side, because that's going to be your most difficult task in the position to weaken black's position on the king side. So that's what Hans is trying to do as fast as possible with this move queen to h5. Now, if you do go g6, for example, after queen to h5, and unfortunately we cannot make those moves. I believe we did lose connection.
Ooh.
If you do go g6, the problem is you weaken all the dark squares around your position right now. So he decided to go h6, queen to g6, and that creates an immediate threat. Rook takes h6 because of the pin. You have a couple of options once again as black. You can get out of this pin with a move king to h8. Or you can do what black did, what Andrew Tang did in this position, rook to d7. And I really like this move, rook to d7, because after rook takes h6, I'm looking at my time. I have 10 minutes left on the clock. Do I want to exchange the queens? Yes, I do. At the expense of a pawn, sure, why not? Because now the situation is much more clear, and I'm able to understand whether I can fend off your attack on the queen side. On the king side, excuse me. There's no more queens on the board, so my king is safe. I'm not getting checkmated anytime soon. And I still don't see a good way for you to open things up on the king side. I understand. You can go g4, and I'm not going to take on g4.
No, that will help you.
Because you go f5, right? That's winning.
Sure.
But I'm going to go g6, and that's why we see this last move, rook d to d8. Not only for the simple fact that once you move this bishop, I want to defend my pawn on a4 with bishop to d7, but also, in case things open up on the g file, I'm ready to go rook to g8. I'm ready to exchange as many pairs of rooks, well, hopefully all the pairs of rooks in the position. If I manage to get bishop of opposite color endgame without the rooks, then I'm safe.
Right.
But it's not going to be easy to get there. So still some pressure from Hans. At the same time, with every single move, with every single exchange, Andrew is getting closer and closer to establishing equality. At the same time, Hans still with the pressure in the position and on the clock.
I am reminded of the game between Mishra and Leinier, where Mishra ended up defending 2 pawns down, bishops of opposite color, ending with an easy draw. I love this move, rook on d7 to d8, because keep in mind, black is not a pawn down. He did drop his h6 pawn, but he also won a pawn on the queen side with b5 takes a4. So it's actually materials even, and maybe on a good day as black, bishop to d7 defends the pawn, and again, on a very good day, I can imagine my rook sneaking into the position, and well, I do have a passer as well. So even though the engine is saying white has the pressure, unless you do something very concrete, in the next 5,
so let's
6
try
moves,
some concrete stuff, right? Let's go g4.
Okay, and I loved your move g6, by the way.
All right, let's go h4, right? I need to do something.
Absolutely, and I kind of liked what you were saying there about, you know, trading rooks.
Now h5?
And let's trade some rooks.
Okay, so that's how you want to
yeah, like if you open up the H file for me, takes, my rook is already there. I'm in business.
You're feeling good about the position, yes.
Well, good is strong, but I'm in business. I mean, I'm trying to get a position. I mean, a real ideal position would be this position for black, because here I feel the white pawns aren't going anywhere.
Oh, you got bishop e4.
Yeah, I got the.
You're getting your own play.
I got the light squares under control. So, again, how does white increase the pressures? Not.
And that's why he played rook d8, because he wants both of the rooks on that king side to
swinging
be ready
over
to meet this g4, h4, h5 idea.
So can I start with h4?
Yes, sure. For sure.
Let's do the same thing.
Should I play g6? Yeah, I like g6.
And if I now go h5?
I'll take it. If you take it, I'm gonna try to trade rooks on you. Just warning. You go rook g5. I'll bring the other rook over to the g file. And again, I feel
I thought his pawn structure is better, but maybe black is still.
It's better for white. I'm not going to argue that point. I'm just simply saying I can imagine fortresses, easy fortresses with the bishops of opposite
and
color.
And black has its own, white, excuse me, has its own ideas in the position. For example, if you do go rook takes h8, let's take it from here, right?
Sure. Rook takes h8, rook takes h8.
And now I go bishop to, let's say, c5. What do you do next?
I like my pawn on a4. I'm holding it.
So that was my plan. And now I go c4.
Wow. Okay.
If you take, I go d5, then I'm happy, right? Because I get e6 next. If you go c6, then I can take on
so many points.
Just a second.
It's a lot of pawns. I get it. I understand.
It is. How do you say it? I understand why you might be happy, but I just.
It is a lot of pawns, and maybe I can try to get some more. Let's go g4.
Okay, now you've lost control.
I know. I'm losing my mind a little bit here.
Now we have only rook h4.
Rook h4, king f2. Look, I'm trying.
King f2?
Yes, that's my plan.
Wow.
All right, c3, let's go.
I like you're at it. Let's go. Let's go. c3, let's go.
All right.
Yeah, we're...
you guys are getting excited.
We're getting excited.
The pawn is almost...
we're just one square away from coronation, that is for sure.
Okay, what if I do try to stop that pawn with rook c1? I didn't really want to play that move, but...
Okay, c2, let's go.
Okay, I'm not going to take on c2. I understand what you want.
Let me...
I understand what you want. Now I take on f5.
Take on f5.
Let's go.
Well, no, I mean...
King e3.
I snuck a pawn off the board.
King e4.
Oh, I'm really happy here.
Are you?
I think so. Just a second. I've got to rook f1.
You might be. Think? No,
what do you think, Kate?
You might actually be.
I like rook f1.
You like rook f1? Because I've also got rook f6 and c6.
Okay, rook f1. I go rook takes c2. Then I'm happy also.
Yeah, I just have to be careful that the rook doesn't come around and give me some nasty...
That's the only thing I have in mind.
I mean, activating this king and this king on e4 is actually pretty strong. I like Cristian's idea. But I still feel there are a lot of pawns.
Okay. Don't be a turncoat. You gotta support me on this one.
Yeah, rook f6, right?
Well, rook f6 or rook f1. Because I was going to go here, check, just to see where is that white king living.
I'm not going to f5. Let's go to d4.
To d4.
I don't know why, but let's go.
Check.
King e5.
And check. Yeah.
Okay.
Just kind of just test the water.
You're telling me that I can go all the way to f6.
Yeah.
And I'm still not going to have much.
I'm just kind of...
Okay, I go to f6.
Check and f6. Check, pardon me.
I have some very funny ideas.
One
Bishop f2.
Whoa, bishop f2 is interesting. One idea I had was to meet rook to g5, and if
nice trick.
Because you were telling me if I could trade the rooks, I'm happy. Right. Bishop f2, well, that's not the checkmating setups that you wanted. Okay, let's go.
d6. Aha, I got my trick in. I got my trick in. Yes, baby.
Oh no!
I got my trick in.
Did I fall for it?
That was the only thing.
I'm threatening check.
That's a problem.
I'm threatening A1 equals queen.
That's
check.
The check is a problem. Okay. What if I...
D7, bishop takes D7, and then I don't. Wow. Okay, let's just go around the horn a little bit and jump into the ladies section.
Let's start with the leaders.
What's happening? Yes, exactly. I always like to start with the leaders. Pay our respects to Begim in this case. When we left it, we had just seen the move G4, Knight G7, and that was quite a spectacular moment. Knight G7, H4, and Queen D8. This is exactly where we left it. Let's pick up. Takes, Queen E2, Rook E8. Do you have an understanding of this position? Because this is absolute chaos going on over here. Queen E3. So Begim is going directly for the weak pawn that she played H4 and HG. And okay, there is a nice square in the middle of the board, an anchor square for the knight. Bishop takes, pawn takes. Queen E4. Wow.
A lot of weak squares in the position.
Some real sophistry going on here. Queen D5, takes. But at the end of the day, G5 is hanging. And look at this.
That's a free pawn.
That's a gorgeous pawn. And
then knight on B3 is going to jump to C5.
That feels like, well, it's just positionally winning. If I can get in knight C5 and B3, it's a dream.
Yeah, this is a giant advantage for white.
Absolutely. What's happening in the Carissa game? There's a king on D7. Uh-oh,
Look at that bishop on H3.
Talia didn't get out of the opening. She just didn't. When we left it, we had seen Rook B8. We were looking at A3, but this move, Bishop D2, is even stronger. Not only does it, not only does it defend the knight, it attacks the bishop. Bishop to D2, Queen B5. Ooh, boy, Carissa, she looks like she's just playing a boss game.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, she's dominating.
Queen takes G7, King D7. Oh. No, this is...
You're not running away.
This is play on one goal.
She has the advantage, 2 pawns, and the compensation.
And the compensation. Rook takes D5 check.
You're getting
thanks to this
C4 is coming, F5 is coming. How do you want me to open your king up?
No.
Is my question to you.
No, C4, F5. If I'm the trainer, I'm throwing in the towel.
Yes, exactly.
I don't want my fighter taking any more shots here. This is really overwhelming.
It's
just
over.
Huge. Advantage. And again, Arena.
These two ladies are really neck and neck. I mean, what can separate them, right?
Well, gee, and if I'm in Arena shoes, I'm saying, will somebody please, slow them down, because I'm having trouble when
Arena has to worry about her own game right now, though.
Exactly.
Ashritha is on the offense right now.
Queen
She's
G7.
pushing the pawns.
E4 is on her agenda. Knight B5. We talked about Knight G5 and some ideas of taking advantage of the H3 square. C5, E4. Oh boy! I said
black is threatening E3
to begin
That's
with.
a very, very strong fork.
Yes, very potent. Also, keep in mind that the knight on B5 requires protection, right? So any captures and captures on E2 could leave the knight over here.
I mean, Irina has only 12 minutes on the clock, and she still needs to make 17 moves.
Not liking what I'm seeing here, guys.
That's a very difficult position for her.
Wow. Okay, let's be concrete, and let's just see some forcing moves for a moment. If I play the move C5, C6, which has the benefit, at least, of stopping bishop takes B5 and lots of variations, how would it go, Kate?
Just move the bishop to C8.
You don't include any captures, right?
I don't feel like I want to.
Okay,
because I want to target that d pawn in the future.
Okay, fair. And I do recognize that E3 is coming, so what do I have to do to I was about to play knight C4, but taking on F3, I don't like that. So let me, deep breath. G5, F4 hitting G5, the knight on G5. I'm dreaming of knight C4.
Okay, I'm gonna play E3.
Okay, fair. Let me take your knight.
I'll take back with a pawn.
With the pawn, fair. Okay, bishop. You've got to take rook and knight C4 finally. At the end of the day, I must say, even you went with the flow. You didn't do anything. Even this position still feels like Ashritha might be doing well.
Yeah, because I can put the rook back to E7.
Yes.
And I can even try to double the rooks or knight C5, knight E4.
I do not feel good about taking this pawn. And I'm a pawn grabber, but what am I supposed to do here? Bishop.
You know F4 is coming.
I know. I've got to prep for it, actually.
You have to get ready for it.
Yeah, maybe this rook has to go. This is not an easy one for Arena. And again, Ashritha, who's been, Father Christmas in the tournament, she's just been giving presents to everybody. Arena says, where's my present? Why aren't you being friendly to me? This is a tough one. What's caught your eye? Cristian?
Well, I'm still...
You're still looking at the Talia.
It actually gets me a little bit depressed because, especially the last move, take a look at this, king to E8. Such a sad move to make. You have to get off this diagonal. I understand that because the rook takes D5 was coming in the position. But to put your rooks on H8, first of all, the rook is still on H8, hasn't moved since the beginning of the game, and now the other rook is on that side as well. It looks like some sort of chess 960 position, right? In which you unfortunately weren't able to get your pieces out. I have a buffet of options right now. I can open you up with F5. Do I want to give you the G5 pawn? Probably not, because I don't want to calculate. I'm lazy. So I'm going to go C4. I'm going to open you this way and take a look. If you do take my bishop as well. Yes, take it, take it.
Queen D8.
I don't think so. That's a checkmate on the board. That's game over. So, I mean, this is such a difficult situation. I have to say, I'm looking at the position. I'm not seeing
There's nothing to look at.
Talia getting back into the game in this one. Also, her time situation is disastrous. 2 minutes and 40 seconds for a lot of moves, around 14 moves from this point on. But it's not about that. It's about the position. You're just simply completely lost.
Yeah, no disputing that one. Quick check-in on a pretty important game between Alice Lee and Anna Zatanski. This is one of those where, looks aren't that deceiving. I like what Alice has done. She's positioned her rook on B5 so that Anna's rook on B8 is playing a defensive role. I'm playing an offensive role. And I'm seeing B2, B4 by young Alice Lee. That rook on B1 suddenly helping its colleague, hitting the pawn on
rook
B6.
B1 clearly suggests what
B4.
Alice wants to do in the next move.
And just looking at Anna, that's a typical pose where she's totally fixed. She knows that she's been outplayed, that she's stands worse, and that B2, B4, she's played the move H6.
Just to make sure there are no back rank checkmates.
Right, making luft and making square for her king, and I'm expecting A4, and I'm, again, it's still a long grind ahead, but I don't usually see Anna getting outplayed. Certainly not by.
Because Alice has a really clear plan. She just wants to open the B file,
she does.
Push A5, get that extra pawn, and
That's right.
Black rooks are just so passive on the back rank.
Exactly. So we'll keep an eye on that one. I want to go to the game of Tatev for a moment, because that was when we saw bishop takes. Remember this whole bishop takes D5, and I was asking who won out of that deal where there was a bishop on C8, a knight on B8, and suddenly the black pieces really took dominant positions. King H7, and we're catching up with the players. All right, well, now things kind of, opened up, and just a
Feels
moment.
like Black recovered from any potential issues that there were in the opening.
But is G4 not an issue? Unless
you want to target.
Well, there is that king on h7. I almost feel like I should go back with my. Sorry, I almost feel like I should go back with my king because this threat of g4 is really looking a little bit frightening. Unless can I play g4? May I ask? Question.
You may ask. So, if I go knight h4, I assume you want to capture.
You were going to, yes, that was my. Well, I kind of like white here a bit. Still a lot of play in the position. Cristian, where's the action?
In the Sevian, well, in the two Sams game.
Sams.
Yes, Sam Sevian versus Sam Shankland, because we simplified the position quite a lot.
We have
Right.
indeed.
I think we left it somewhere around here. There were still a lot of pieces on the board. We're saying that after knight to c5, h5, g5, and the big difference is that you cannot get your queen on the b1, h7 diagonal.
Right.
So what do you have to do? Simplify the position, pull the brakes as white, because you're in trouble. Now you realize you're in trouble. The two bishops are getting activated in the position.
E5
Try
is a
to
weakness.
exchange everything. Exactly. Knight to h2, and that's exactly the point. He wants to transfer this knight to a more stable position on g4. Not only that you're defending the pawn on e5 from g4, but you're also attacking the pawn on h6.
Okay.
Queen e7, g3, queen to d7, and we have at this position right now, and very nicely timed by Sam with this move f6, because you give me one more move, I'm going to go knight to g4, and at least I'm exchanging some pieces once you play that move f6. So he says, no, 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 I'm not giving you enough time to do that. I'm going to go f6. Now, if you take, I take with the knight, you have problems with the pawn on h5. You have to defend it with the bishop on g6, but right now, again, you're very unstable. Your knights are very unstable. We know that the knights need outposts. They don't have any outposts right now. One of them is on c3. Sure, you can call that an outpost, but I'm going to kick it away with b5, b4, make space for my bishops to get activated.
Knight d5 on your
Pawns on both sides of the board definitely favor black. You don't have knight to e4 because I take, and then the pawn on b2 is hanging as well. There's a lot of problems you have to solve, and this one is not looking good. At the same time, the material is limited. So if I do manage to exchange some pieces, maybe I will have decent chances to make a draw. f6, knight to g4 is also an idea in the position. And after take f5, not taking on e5. If you take, I have the pawn and the compensation, as we already kind of understood. And if you don't, then you have to go f5. Right.
In the current position after f6, if I can ask,
yes.
f4, f5?
King f7.
Oh, okay, I thought I was doing myself a solid by just trading off the pawns.
You can trade off the pawns, but you're still losing some.
I've activated your king in the meanwhile,
That's
too.
the problem. Take a look at this and how sad this position is.
The pair of bishops are just so strong.
Only if you could take these pawns off the board,
right?
Then it would be an easy draw.
Right.
You're not getting there.
Not even close.
And once you go b3, then my king invades.
Easy
right?
march.
This is not looking good for
And
Sam. And by the way, Sam is in trouble in terms of his time situation as well. Only 5 minutes on the clock. He took on f6 and played the move bishop to g6, the most resilient defense in the position.
White takes on f6, knight takes f6, bishop g6.
Yes.
And I liked what you said, which was boot this knight out of dodge. Play b5, b4, then bring your knight to d5, open up the position for your bishop, and just enjoy the fact that you have much more harmonious play. The knight on h2 is making pretty sad impression. So Shankland,
it's a torturous situation for Sam Sevian.
Yeah.
And the black pawns on the queen side will just start running, b5, b4.
Exactly. A couple of games we want to really catch up on. First of all, let's do our tournament leader a favor. Let's jump into the game of Ray Robson and Fabi. When we left it, we had just seen, it's funny, you had mentioned Queen b3. You're going to have to whisper from now on because Ray played your move, Queen b3, Kate, and I'm not sure that I'm a fan of what Fabi did. He played D5. Okay, so let's go back a few moves. And we're right here, and I'm looking at this bishop, this light squared bishop, and I'm saying this guy's kind of a happy camper, right? It's a nice bishop, and it's got a lot of diagonals from which it, and then if we catch up, suddenly all of its avenues have been closed off.
It's not a happy camper anymore.
Not so happy. And who benefited by all of these pawn pushes? I'm not convinced that Fabi improved his position. Maybe
I mean, I
I'm
understand
wrong.
he wants to push for a3, and then Fabi is happy that the pawns on c3 and d4, they're blocked. So he can attack them with the bishop, or even knight b6, knight a4.
Okay. Clear some cobwebs when the Ray Robson versus Fabi. Did all of these advanced pawns help Fabi's cause?
It's still balanced. Still balanced.
King f7 on the board.
Maybe slightly more pleasant for black, just for the simple fact that I can always try to transfer my rook on the b file, rook a7, rook b7, and at some point I can dictate the fact that we're going to exchange the a4 pawn for the b2 pawn. The question is it enough?
Right.
Is
King
it enough
e2,
for any sort of an advantage? King to e2 was played. I'm looking at the position. I understand there's some tension, maybe that slightly favors black, but I don't see much else than that. So I'm saying this is more or less balanced. I don't see a good way to improve the position for either side. I think this one is going to end in a draw.
Well, I'll be the devil's advocate in favor
you want
of
to
Ray
play?
Robson.
You're saying that white might actually be better.
Yeah. Okay. Give me.
But what if I? Okay.
Well, that
you really want to be better? Okay.
That is a question. If I'm playing for a win, I have to play b3.
Right.
Yeah.
b3 at this point, right?
Yes, because if I trade, we understand we're going to make a draw. Bishop takes b3.
Yeah,
I was trying to bring my king.
The pawn on a3 right now is so well defended, right?
Yeah, I was trying to bring my king to c2. It's not that I was trying to win the pawn on a3 so much as just control it.
Right.
You know, okay, if we go back to the current position, Cristian, what I would like to do as white, like you've just played king f7, I've just played king e2. Like, if you could just make a move, rook a6.
Sure. Transfer
Knight
the rook on
f1.
Okay, knight f1. I will go rook
Rook
b6.
a. Oh, okay, if you like,
b6.
go ahead. Rook b6. Either bishop c1 or rook a2. I'm not really too sure. Bishop c1, let's say. So here, what I'm trying to do
I have to go back.
is I'm trying to put my knight on the e3 square so that when you play a3, now if you don't mind play a3, b3, and suddenly, ta-da!
You have some pressure on my pawns.
Exactly, exactly. That was...
Take. This d5 pawn is under pressure.
The knight from d2 was passive. The knight on e3 gives me more.
Even then, it's very difficult to prove something.
Agreed,
right?
agreed.
But what if black is not playing with the rook back and forth, but maybe transfers his knight? Like, I can go...
He played knight
back.
b6, by the way.
Yeah, knight b6, because I can be thinking about bringing the knight to a4, potentially, or even if you move back with your bishop to c1, I can go c8, e6.
He did play knight b6, so I think he's channeling your ideas as well, Katerina.
So just to be clear, knight to f1, where's that knight going? You're going to go a3 and knight a4?
Yes.
A3. So here, I have to take.
You have to take.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I don't want to see the knight come to c4.
And I have a feeling that's probably how this position is going to get resolved. Check and bishop c4. This would be problems.
Terrible
for white.
For white.
Knight to b6, knight f1, a3. At some point, you have to do this.
Exactly.
And then we're just exchanging everything. By the way, knight to f1 is on the board.
Exactly.
These guys are good.
These guys are very
These guys are good.
Time is a factor. Whenever I Ray Robson, it always seems to me that regardless of the position, Ray has less time.
Yeah, he has 10 minutes only, and Fabi has 22 minutes.
And by the way,
but this
as
is
we saw...
This is move 31 already, so this is a luxury.
And Carissa is about to win again. Fabi is great at grinding down the time trouble players. Dariusz, we saw earlier in the tournament, he did that. Carissa, well, we knew Carissa was just, she had just such a fabulous position against Talia.
Let's stay with that one, just because I have a feeling.
Handshake.
I think we will.
It's inevitable. By the way, Carissa said, Yeah, I love f5. Let me sacrifice a pawn, and I'm just, your king's just frozen in the center and open highway on the d file.
Yeah.
Rook f7 to defend, queen h5.
Pinning that rook.
Threatening queen takes as well as rook takes d7. King f8. Oh, we're about to see queen takes f7.
She did not play it, surprisingly so.
What?
I understand. She's improving her bishop.
She played
I like
bishop
that. Bishop
f1
f1.
first.
You know, there's no rush.
I mean, queen f7 does finish the game on the spot.
Bishop.
And now we're going to play bishop c4.
Okay, she's trying to get away the only check in the position with queen to e3. That's yeah.
If you bring your king,
well, king g8, bishop c4. It's
king g8, bishop c4.
Completely over.
And if king e8, then bishop b5, another pin.
Wow, king
By the
g8.
way, king g8 I can also take on d7 right now.
I suspect so.
Just to be more forceful. Bishop c4 is nice.
But forceful, I appreciate as well. I mean, I think Talia is just she's waiting to see bishop c4. She'll have seen enough after this move, bishop c4, because again, the king, this is a game that, Talia never got out of the opening.
No.
And I think that combination of a6 and bishop d7 really messed her up. Her scheme of development was poor.
No, and Carissa just handled the position better. Bishop to
there
c4.
You see bishop c4. And for Carissa, I must say, I mean,
that rook on
everything
h8.
is just flowing beautifully. I mean, just, +4 coming into, now she's going to be +5.
In this game, she didn't have to make any difficult decisions, by the way. She got a very nice advantage, then she just developed her pieces, and the game was over.
Absolutely. So we are expecting a handshake very, very shortly. And this is her road ahead, Carissa
So
said.
right now, she's facing Talia Cervantes, and we are expecting her to win. And then Atusa Purkisyan and Nazi Paikidze. And again, all these ladies are struggling so far in the tournament.
Exactly. So she's playing, because she's played against her nearest rival, as you've pointed out, Cristian, she's already...
Knight f8, rook d8.
And
what a
Talia is like, oh my gosh.
What a position.
For poor Talia, this has been a nightmarish tournament. Her winning positions, as we saw yesterday against Tatev, she's let them slip. And
Absolutely. Very difficult tournament, especially last year. She finished third. She was actually fighting even to try to win that tournament.
Right.
This year is different, but it's difficult. It's just difficult to play the best players in the United States.
Absolutely. And for
yes,
Begim, by the way,
is
also
maintaining the pace.
Everything is turning out roses for her as well. Just look at this. This is just like a dream position for Begim. First of all, she's a pawn to the good, but look at the knights. The knight is hitting c5. The knight on g5 is hitting e6. The rook has the open file, so it's about to play rook to h6. She's a big favorite to win another pawn.
Yeah, and I may be trying to trap that knight on c4, because if you go knight d2, then I'm just rook d1, and you're going to lose another pawn. Or even f3, right?
I was about to say, you wanted to trap the knight. I thought you were hunting bigger game than just a pawn with f2, f3, and this is terrible. Nasi, again, a poor opening. And Begim had a big advantage coming right out of this opening, and she's played it really well to establish a winning position. Again, I'm just going to check in on Irina Krush's game, because Irina came into today's round hoping that her rivals in first place would not win their games, and at the same time thinking she's playing against Ashritha, who has done very poorly in the tournament up to now. And we are up to date. Bishop c4, wow. What do you think of this? I mean, it seems so scary.
I'm a little surprised that the pawns got traded, because I kind of liked the white pawn on d5 exactly for this reason, for the bishop on c4 not being that active.
You had prescribed bishop c8 and leaving the pawn on the board. It was, Ashritha's decision was to trade. And, well, I mean, she does have a passer herself, right? Or potentially.
Yeah, it's definitely a choice. But e takes f3. Isn't that somehow surprising? Or, wow, can we go like knight takes f3 and queen g4? Something
Yes.
direct?
Well, yeah, I was thinking, wait a minute. I mean, you know, you're almost thinking that the king might get, you know, trapped. But sorry, go ahead, crush me. Queen g4 check. I'm going back. Do you have a
F4?
kill? It might. I'm looking at queen h3. I'm not happy camper here. No, Christian.
Well, since this one still has a lot of minutes left to
Minutes,
go,
yes.
there's only a few seconds left for Andrew, so maybe we can switch to that one
Switch.
for the last couple of moves before the
Please.
first time control, and then we can move back to this one.
Bobby, by the way, has traded.
Hans Niemann versus Andrew Tang.
Yes.
Andrew just played with 8 seconds on his clock this last move, bishop to c4. There's 2 moves before the time control, king to h4.
Which has been played.
So he has to play them fast. Whatever he does, he has to play them fast.
Now, king h4 doesn't come with the threat of king takes h5. There'll be rook h8. But it just asks the question, what do you do?
Make a move.
Make a move, please.
Make a move, yes.
Okay, with no time on my clock, I'm quickly playing bishop e2.
Correct. Yes, you can play that, yeah. Bishop to e2. Again, we discussed that. You don't actually have to defend
I'm
that.
kind of scared about
Well, once you go
d6.
bishop d6...
10 seconds.
10 seconds, he has to make a move. Bishop
And
b5, bishop e2.
E2.
Okay.
Bishop e2, okay.
We sort of expected that move.
It does defend the pawn on h5, but Hans is enjoying the position. I mean, it's a
But
two-result
how much
roll.
do you enjoy this position? You go bishop d6, I go king g6. You have to drop back. You cannot take that pawn. That's the problem.
I
Because
can't
then my
take the
own pawn runs down the board.
So it's one of those things. I would love you to play king e6 so I could play g6.
Yes.
And I would love for you to play king g6 so I could play e6.
Yes.
But your king is actually just
I'm
waiting.
just staying there.
Yeah. And,
I'm just staying there.
And what you're doing is you're just moving to and fro with the bishop. So even though visually it looks like white is absolutely dominating, how do I break through?
So what if I go to pick up the pawn on a4? Rook b7.
Rook b7. Okay, sorry, I'm
Bishop
going to
b5.
let you, but I'm not going to play the move bishop b5. I'll just let you.
Why don't you play the move bishop b5?
I want her to bring her rook back.
Ah, you actually won that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but if I go now bishop e6,
Bishop d6.
what?
e6, d6, pardon.
Now I go back, or
Well, now I
forward.
go king, and I'm hoping for a3, right? Don't you have to go back with your bishop?
Yeah, but I go to c5.
Okay.
I have to go back.
I want to go rook b4, but then you want to just play bishop
Yes.
b5, right?
Precisely.
And I
That's
have
a-
nothing.
Then I'll close the door on your.
At some
your
point, you
rook.
have to sacrifice. You have to go e6. All right, let's
Okay,
go
let's
in
go
that
back.
position. Why not? Let's just
In
go
this
that
position?
All
No.
the way towards the end, even though that's probably the worst position I have right now, because I want my rook active. But let's say rook b4, bishop b5. Now I go e6.
In this position?
Sure.
Wow. Okay. And
King
you
takes
take
h5. Yeah.
Okay, just a second. I just have to make sure that you're not checkmated, right?
I hope I'm not.
Yeah, exactly. Check.
I go up.
King.
Okay, my rook on b4 is really terrible.
Really terrible.
I'm not gonna lie. That's the worst. Okay, let's keep the rook on the
Sure.
7th rank.
On the 7th. Rook a7. So the current position. Sorry, I'm going to just refresh my board. And once again, what are the times of the two players, Kate?
So
30?
Hans has 30 minutes and Andrew is on 30-second
Oh,
increment.
30 minutes. I thought it was 3 minutes to 30 seconds. I misread the clock.
And this is the
Apologies.
last move. This is move 40. So once Hans makes it, 34 seconds for Andrew to complete his first time control.
So what you're saying is the way you want to win the game is you want to have your pawn on e6. So you're going to make a move. And as soon as the bishop moves back, you want your pawn on e6 and then your king on g6, right?
Right. That's
your,
the only way I see to
that's
make
your
any
winning
progress.
approach. Okay.
But then you go back, right? King f7.
Well, king f7.
If you go g6, I go king f6.
I'm just worried about getting checkmated.
That's what
I mean, happy I captured the pawn on h5, but now the king doesn't feel so safe there.
You're channeling my fears exactly. I was just afraid of getting checkmated. I didn't know if the idea was to do something of this nature. Very doubtful. I mean, it is an active king, but
But the bishop on d3 is defending that pawn on f5. And,
Exactly.
And where do I want to play?
And we're just going to take a break from our analysis because one Carissa Yip is on fire and she's in studio.
Carissa, congratulations, another game, another victory, and in what fashion this victory was. Just very, very dominant in an explosive game. Take us through the critical moments. It felt like, by the way, you almost got a winning position out of the opening. Did you feel the same way?
Yeah, so I know Italia played bishop d7 in round 1, I think. And I briefly checked it, and it just didn't look very good because white can sort of transpose to an English attack, like a really good English attack. But it just felt like she wasn't quite sure what to do against this setup. It's just like kind of awkward for black if, you know, she plays e5 and then bishop e6, so she just kind of like wasted a tempo.
With bishop d7.
Yeah, but I think this like knight takes d4 plan wasn't good, and after that she was trying to
after
sort of
bishop
figure out
c6,
how to
the
play
engine
this
was
position.
saying close to +3 advantage for you. It was absolutely crazy, the evaluation.
Yeah, I didn't realize. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just can't evaluate Sicilian super well or something.
Nobody can,
I mean,
because
I knew
we
it
didn't
was
think it's
good
that
for
bad.
me.
We thought this maybe
Yeah.
+1, something along those lines, but not completely winning. And you conducted the attack, I have to say, admirably, because you never let your opponent back into the game. Maybe the only opportunity she had was to try for e takes d5. Just take the piece and hope that she's not getting checkmated. What were the variations that you were calculating right now?
Yeah, so I definitely felt e takes d5 was critical. So obviously I take back.
Bishop b5.
And then black has a choice between, bishop b5, bishop b7. And then I think here, I mean, I was debating between like rook e1, queen e4, and bishop d2, sort of. Because I think like one plus is that the bishop is sort of awkward on b5. And like once I snag this b4 pawn, it could easily end up trapped there. Because of like these sort of like c4 ideas, a4 ideas.
So bishop d2 stuff.
I felt, I felt practically this was quite good for me. And I also felt that she wouldn't go for it just because, you know, it looks really scary for black. And I think she also was running a bit low on time at this point, and there are still like a lot of moves to go until move 40.
Yeah,
so.
This was move 15, and she only had 30 minutes on the clock. Definitely a lot of decisions on the horizon for her as well. And she did play knight to c5, but after this, you're just opening absolutely every single avenue towards her king, and that comes with devastating consequences. And I have to say, I mean, the end position, bishop to c4 and rook to d8, if you move the queen, rook to g1 is a mate. It's such a sad position. Did you feel at all bad for your opponent, or there's no such feelings in a game of chess, in a competition such as this one?
I honestly thought that it was just like really geometrically nice, which is why I played bishop c4 instead of like rook takes d7. And I think it would be like a cute checkmate if she played like queen c5, I take on f8, and then rook g1.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I thought this was super nice. I did feel a little bad because, you know, Talia and I are friends, but I think it was a nice game, and usually I try to separate those feelings a bit because it like affects my game. So, yeah.
Well, Carissa, things are going swimmingly for you up to this point. Congratulations. Still a few games to go, but you're in a good spot to vie for that national championship. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
And our congratulations as well. And now our attention turns to the game of Begim. I mean, because can she keep the pace? Again, Begim and Carissa coming into today's competition with a score of +4. That means they've won 4 games with no losses. And Carissa's just won her 5th game, and it looks like Begim is putting the finishing touches as well.
Carissa.
I think it's
She's having an incredibly good position, and it's just winning.
It's resignation time.
Yeah.
You don't have moves. You actually
Right.
don't have moves. King G7, I take on C7.
That's the easiest
You move the
one.
knight, your rook is not protected, so I take on E6.
Right.
The knight on C8.
Right.
You don't have where to move the knight from C7.
Well, knight on C8 also, I could take the pawn on A7. But this, I got to tell you, you look at this position, it's awful with a capital A. I mean, this is just, there's no moves. It's
like a Tsuswang.
Yeah. Well, it's even worse.
It's a worse
This
Tsuswang.
is the
It's
worst
the worst Tsuswang ever.
I've seen it in a long time.
Oh my goodness.
I was just thinking if there are any
wow.
chances to like set up a stalemate. You know, the pawns are blocked,
Right.
the king is kind of
So-
at the edge of the board.
So the stalemate you want to set up is with this knight. This knight would cover H7. This knight would cover G7, and then what you've got to do is get rid of this guy, and this guy. Now it's easy to get rid of the rooks. How are you going to get rid of both knights?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's
any
not happening.
stalemate?
No, I don't see any stalemates. First of all, let's say you go knight E8.
Knight, Edgar 8, yep, okay.
I don't have to take on E7.
Not at all.
You're not threatening to take on B7.
No.
If you take on B7, that's coronation for my pawn.
Exactly. Oops.
So you're still in a Tsuswang.
And you've dropped your base.
It's so interesting. Their whole, both Carissa, by the way, knight to B6 was played. Now we're expecting knight takes E6 on the board to come.
Okay, I mean,
You can also capture on A7.
That's the sadistic approach. That's my approach. I would just take the pawn on A7 because that means I've got a passer in the position, and we know that knights hate A pawns. And Nasi is just
Nasi
looking
knows,
away
yeah.
like, oh my goodness, what have I done?
She knows, yeah, she's not happy. She knows that with this loss, the problem is the dreams of even catching these players are gone.
Yes.
Her tournament for the national championship, her dream is over.
Exactly. And for Begim, rook takes A7. Thank you very much. I will take that pawn as well. That just is another Victor Korchnoi, I would say, fang in the position. This pawn is... So these ladies are just killing the field. Sometimes you get in those tournaments where it's a two-horse race and it's like nobody can touch them. It's amazing what I'm seeing. Begim and Carissa all by themselves, and even Irina Krush struggling to knight.
And you know, the way they are winning the games, just, I mean, today it
overwhelming.
was overwhelming, just outplaying their opponents.
Absolutely, knight C4.
And their line score is absolutely identical.
Right? Yeah.
Draw in the first round.
Draw in the fourth.
Draw in the fourth between each other.
Right.
And wins after that.
Exactly.
In the rest of the games. Very, very eerie situation in the ladies section, I have to say. And again, the point that you made as well, it's a very similar pattern of how they're winning their games. This one, complete domination for both of the players.
Exactly. And
Nasi tried to sacrifice a knight, hoping that, you know, the pawn gets to the c file and can start running.
Rook b7. That's stopping the pawn.
Lots of luck with
and that pawn on a6 also has a path.
Oh,
straightforward.
that one is going. Yes, yes. The problem is you go c3, I go a7, you go c2, but now I catch your pawn. Knight b3, and then rook takes c7 is coming.
Just a quick note here. I agree that I can drop back with the knight, but can I be...
You play for the beauty prize.
You can do whatever you want. You really can do whatever you want. Yes, you can do absolutely
As a commentator. For
now
Nasi.
you take my queen, I take on e7, you get the queen, but you get checkmated on h7.
Exactly. Exactly. Knight takes, rook takes, and I'm the first. You get the queen, but I get the checkmate. Oh my goodness. Very, very impressive by the two ladies. It reminds me of the song, anything you can do, I can do better. You know, you win, I win. You drew, I drew. Anything you can do, I can do better. And we do have a7 on the board. Will we see that variation with c3 and queen? Or will we see your variation?
I think we're seeing a resignation. I don't think we're seeing any
variations
anymore, no.
Yeah, I think Nasi certainly has seen enough. This has been, Well, just again, from the opening, dreadful.
Yeah, no. And she knows it. I mean, it's one of those games that just simply don't go in your favor.
Right.
And Nazi, she's a new Caro-Kann player. She hasn't faced this e5, knight f3, this type of positions. So she's, you know, learning through experience, but sometimes experience is painful.
Right.
And these are not easy. And that's the resignation right there.
Wow. Our congratulations to Begim. It's a two-horse race, and I'm just going to check in on the game of Arena because she's playing against Ashritha, as mentioned. Ashritha comes into today's competition not doing that well, but Ashritha might be playing her best game of the tournament right here, right now. When we left it, we just left it around these parts. Takes, f4. By the way,
now she's back. It seems like Arena is back.
Arena's back. Takes. Rook e1.
Oh, but Arena is on 1 minute, by the way. Keep that in mind.
Whoa. By the way, I was about to say this last move, bishop e5, set up potential rook takes f2, queen takes g3, and let's hunt the white king. Queen e3.
And I like a really nice move here for black. Rook f4. I don't want to trade queens.
No, you don't.
And I want to bring the light square bishop to maybe f5 and e4.
Okay. Bishop f5, bishop e4 on your agenda. Wow.
Because I don't think you can sacrifice the queen. Can you?
No, I don't want to do that.
Because you have rook d8 check, getting the bishop, but...
The move I have in mind, funnily enough, is knight d4. My knight on b5 is actually playing no role whatsoever in the game. I'm not threatening to take, but here I might, on a good day, be threatening knight f3 and just, you know, throwing a monkey wrench into your attacking.
And if I capture the knight?
With the rook,
takes?
then I've got the back rank check.
Okay.
Then I've got the back rank check. This is what you were talking about. And the rook lassos this one. So, we do have queen e3 on the board. You were about to say Arena's down to 1 minute?
Yeah, 1 minute against Ashritha's 10th minute.
And we do have a result in the Wesley So game. It looks like I see the two kings in the middle of the board, so probably a draw.
Yes, they repeated 3 times, and it's a draw.
Okay, going back again to the Arena. What move did they just play? Move 36?
33.
33, excuse me. Queen
and you know,
E3.
you would like to play queen h5, but that looks very dangerous because white's rook can just go to the h file.
Queen g7.
She played queen g7. Sorry, what did you just say?
Well, if you don't go queen g7,
yes,
but want to go to h file to maybe do something, you know, on h3,
yes,
it's kind of helping white.
Indeed it does, because I've got the rook coming immediately to h1. By the way, we do have some moves. Queen g7 and rook h1 on the board.
That's a bit strange. King h7.
King h7.
But doesn't that allow some checks? Bishop d3. I'm starting.
Thought she might play bishop f4.
That's what I thought.
As a way of defending.
Or rook f6, right?
Or rook f6.
King h7 looks a bit off.
King h7. Okay. I'm not a fan. What do you think, Kate?
I'm not a fan of even queen g7. I like the rook f4 to kind of keep the pieces active.
Right.
But I don't think black is in any trouble because after bishop d3, I can develop my bishop from c8. And I'm still having good position with black pieces.
Are you sure? I'm just a little bit concerned that you're putting your pieces into positions where where you could be getting pinned.
Okay, queen g6.
Right, and let me just play rook h4.
But now, like,
unless
rook takes f2, but knight c5 also is a... Oh, okay, that you can capture that with... No, you cannot capture it with bishop because queen takes g3.
Okay,
so
bishop e1 was
knight
played.
c5.
Whoa.
It's all about the time right now.
Yes, I'm just going to refresh the board, everybody. Don't be angry. Bishop to e1. Okay, so Arena is basically saying, I have a move. Your turn. I'm going to get my bishop out of these ideas of rook takes f2. Maybe on a good day,
But now
I
knight
snap
c5.
a pawn?
What do you do now? Knight c5. Okay,
Just knight c5? Maybe b4 or?
All right, so you did
Seriously, Yasser?
I mean, no respect. I feel disrespected on every level after a move like bishop takes a. You're right. I don't know what came over me just now, but yeah, this does not feel.
If you take it, I go bishop g4.
Well, I think you're going to play bishop g4 almost regardless, right?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
No, I played knight c5 because I want to take away all your naughty checks on the light back.
Naughty.
On the b1 a7 diagonal.
Okay, if I'm going to be naughty, let me bring my rook up and just ask a question. Your turn. What are you going to do?
What's your question? Okay.
I don't know.
So what if I do go bishop g4 again?
Okay, here we go.
You have something in mind, but I don't know what.
I was going to play bishop d3 check.
Okay, that's a check.
See, so what I really want to do is play bishop here, and I don't want to suffer the consequences of bishop f4.
Yes, yes.
So I played rook h4 as a prelude to playing bishop d2. And bishop g4 immediately on the board, by the way. Not even knight c5.
Bishop g4 first.
But this one has a very direct and concrete aim. Check.
But there's a problem, right? I mean,
Tell
you
me my
always
problem.
have bishop d5 to defend.
Bishop d5 to defend the check. Okay, I've got to get this guy into the game, right? Knight c5.
Yeah, knight c5 looks nice.
Bishop d3 check, okay.
What's going on, Kate? In this
That looks
game?
like
This
bishop
is
f5. I have to play immediately, right?
Do we?
No, king g8, I mean.
You're going to give up that pawn?
As we keep an eye on this very important game for the third place, we have a tournament leader in studio with you, Cristian.
Begim, there is absolutely no separation between you and Carissa at this moment. Head to head, you guys are having the identical line score. You drew the first game, you drew the fourth game against each other and won every single game after that. What do you need to create that separation?
I don't know. I think we need 4 more rounds for that, right?
Absolutely, or tie breaks. Who knows? We're going to have to wait and see. Tell us about today's game. This was not an easy one. You were playing a 2-time national champion. How did you approach it? And when did you feel like you're starting to slowly take over?
I felt like after the opening, I was already better because she started Tang and she started to mix up the ideas. I feel like Queen C7 is one idea, bishop G6 and knight F5 is another one. So she was very undecisive. So I felt like I should be already better. I felt like I'm putting pressure. And after the game, we talked a little bit. And then she said she didn't expect E4 at all, which was like a nice opening choice. I got lucky, I guess.
Absolutely. And it felt like you knew the plans. You knew what you had to do in the position. As you mentioned, she was mixing up a few too many ideas. And it was at this point when you started finding this plan, opening up the C file, and then this very aggressive move, G4 followed by H4. Tell us your train of thought that led to you making this decision.
Well, the thing is that I grew up playing E4. I'm an E4 player. I played a bunch of Caracan lines, especially E5 is my main line here. So it was good to be back because I just pretty much I know everything, every idea in the position. So I wasn't afraid of G4 because I know this idea exists and it's just, usually it's better to put knight on G7 for me. First of all, and secondly, if you look at the position, knight is the only good piece they have. So yeah, on F5. So I felt like if I play G4, H4, my position should be already better. But I didn't know how better it is because I wasn't sure if I should include A6 or not. But usually you should include A6 to make a little bit like a weakness on C6. So I felt like I was doing fine here.
And perhaps that was one of her mistakes as well, not playing A6 herself and blocking the position, as is allowing you to create another weakness on C6. And then you guys got into this endgame after a few trades and you got the pawn on G5, but still things were not that easy because the position remains a little bit close. At the same time, You have the C file, you have that B3 in the bag. In terms of percentages, how sure did you think that you're going to win this game?
I was absolutely sure. When I played King G2, I saw I'm checkmating and Knight C5 is coming. She basically doesn't have any moves. She told me for her better idea was Rook F7. She mixed up the moves, like she played instead of Rook F8.
Rook F7.
Yeah, Rook F7 here. Her idea is like Knight G5, Rook F4. If I play F3, she wants to play Knight E3 and then Rook F8 maybe. Because if I play Rook E1, she can play Knight G4, which seemed like a good idea. But even here, I don't know. Like it feels like her knights on G7 is a problem, to be honest.
Yeah, especially with the pawn on G4, right? So you definitely don't want to give that pawn, and you didn't. You executed all your tasks in this position. You broke through, got the pawn on A7, and finalized the game. Begim, congratulations. Big victory for you. A lot of games left still for finals for you to create that separation with Carissa. We'll wish you all success, and we'll see you tomorrow.
One question.
Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, one quick question for you, Begim. In this position that I have on my board, I don't know if you can see it. For me, I'm a French defense player. I'm a Caro-Kann player, and we always, as French defense players, we love the square F5 for our knight. So I thought you played a really, really nice game, and in fact, you had too easy a time in this game that you won a very smooth victory. I thought the move H6, H5 was Black's, Nasi's only chance.
I thought.
Yes, please.
Absolutely. I thought that's the move. That's why at some point I thought maybe H5 was better for me, because if she takes, it's like her position is collapsing basically. And no. That's why I thought H5 is the move instead of like taking on G5.
I see.
And I was thinking, but here I thought I can take on G5, and I was calculating Knight H4.
Knight H4, okay. So then at least so she's fighting back.
If I take on G6 and Queen G4,
right. Oh, no.
I'm pawn up.
Yeah, no, I apologize. I did it the wrong way. Sorry, Begim. Yeah, I would, of course, take on G5.
Then take on G6 and F4.
Right.
I wasn't sure yet, but I felt like her best idea is to play H5.
Right.
And then I'm playing Queen C to F5. I feel like my position should be better.
Exactly. I did too. I just thought that H5 was her best chance of resisting. And, well, whatever you're doing, keep it up. You're doing it very, very well. Very impressive.
Thank you so much,
+5. Good luck for the remaining rounds. And
thank you.
yes, thank you, Begim. And women's standings with these two results in the books.
So we have the leaders winning both of their games. So Carissa and Begim Tokhirjonova with 6 points out of 7. They're running away from the rest of the people there.
Yeah. Oh, no question about it. And as we go to our break, we ask. We're going to do the standings for the Open with 2 draws.
Here we have 2 draws, so Fabiano, Caruana still leading, but we have Wesley and Leinier Dominguez who caught up to Hans Niemann with 4 points.
Exactly, with Hans still going on. And as we're going to go on break, we caught up with the players from the Open section and asked them about their favorite memories of the St. Louis Chess Club as the 15th anniversary has been celebrated. And, well, take a listen.
The St. Louis Chess Club is celebrating its 15th year anniversary. Tell me a little bit about its impact in the United States, and do you have any favorite moments?
Yeah, it's honestly pretty incredible that it's already been 15 years. It just feels like yesterday I was here, but I was here 10 years ago for a tournament. The impact has been amazing for not just US chess, but juniors in the US. All these camps they do for younger players, and obviously for higher rated players, the US Championship and other high-level events. So overall, it's just been an incredible club, and I'm hoping for more and better things to come.
Yeah, well, St. Louis Chess Club basically created chess in the US. And there was not really a career for the most part for any players. I mean, they have to travel to Europe to get exposure. And my favorite part in St. Louis is playing the ultimate moves every year.
And yeah, it's just a tremendous impact that players like myself can make a good living playing chess.
It's an occasion to celebrate, I think, all of us, all the chess family really, because what they have done for chess, not only in the US, but also in the world. I think, yeah, there are so many, but playing Gary, for example, I think it was 2017, the first time I played. He also played the Rapid and Blitz, so for me, I mean, he was my hero from my childhood, and I thought I would never really play him after he retired in 2005.
Well, my favorite memory was surely winning the U.S. Championship in 2018, but I played that first U.S. Championship in 2009. I've been here all 15 years. I'm sort of an old timer now. I remember my first U.S. Championship. There's 0 other participants from that tournament that are here now, and that's been the case for a while. Certainly the landscape of chess has changed a lot in the United States, and St. Louis has had a lot to do with it.
Well, the impact is enormous, of course. I mean, it's not just in the United States, but all over the world, and it's the most prestigious club in our world, at least. In the chess world, everybody wants to come to St. Louis, just to see what's happening here and to take part in tournaments, because they're always very nicely organized. One of my favorite memories is actually talking with Fabiano and Magnus when we had to play some tiebreak. And I think, why is it my favorite? Because, mostly you have players kind of trying to say that I'm the winner, I want to fight for it. And there we just said, okay, come on, we finished on the same points. Let's just stand there and pose with the cup, 3 of us. So for me, it was very funny.
Yeah, it's difficult to overstate the impact that the chess club has had over US chess, and also to a degree over world chess in general. But bringing chess to such a high level to the United States, to St. Louis, reaching a level of chess that we haven't seen since like the early part of the century, when there was so many of the best chess players in the world were from the United States. We have that again. And for example, in 2016, the US team was able to bring back a gold for the Olympiad. I think a lot of these achievements for US chess are really very strongly connected to the St. Louis Chess Club and all the support that Jeannie and Rex have brought to chess in the United States and to St. Louis.
I've had great memories with the club from my years playing at the US Juniors. I played in 3 US Juniors, and before the St. Louis Chess Club, the US Juniors wasn't nearly as prestigious as it is today. We have like a field with an average rating over like 2,500 these days, which was absolutely unthinkable even like 5 years ago. So definitely, American chess is really, really growing these days.
The amount of top players that play here on a daily basis is amazing. Like just about any great player you can imagine has come to this club. For example, like Kasparov, Magnus, Vichy, Fabiano, like everyone has played here. It's such an amazing club. One of my favorite moments is winning the US Junior Championship a couple months back here. And another one could be like right after I became the youngest international master. I came here, I gave a simul here. That was another great memory.
Favorite memory was definitely I became a grandmaster in this club. I hit 2,500, and that's probably one of the best days of my life so far. Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general, because it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago, and so the contributions have been immense, and of course it's all thanks to Dr. Gina Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess, and we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat by the mere fact of its existence. I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzhin Akobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2023 National Championships. They have been intense. And let's take a look at the standings with just a few results here in round 7.
And here we have the women's section. So Karisaev won her game, Begim won her game, and they're leaders with 6 points out of 7.
They're just running through the field. It's incredible watching them. And in the open section, Kate.
We have a few draws already, but still, Fabiano Caruana is leading with 4.5 points, and then we have a bunch of players with 4 points. Hans Niemann, Wesley and Leinier Dominguez.
We saw all draws yesterday, and I think Hans Niemann is a dead draw. Fabi and Ray are nip and tuck, but that game looks pretty
We might
even
actually
too.
see 6 draws once again.
Really remarkable. But one player's turned the tide in her favor is Arena Crush.
Yes. Arena, this is the position. She made the time control. That was the question.
That was
right?
first point.
I mean, 30 seconds for the last 6 moves or so playing on increment, that's not easy, especially in that very complicated, complex battle. But right now, this is what we have. In the position, I don't have to exchange the queens.
No. In fact, I don't think you should.
You shouldn't. No. Because if you do exchange the queens, then the knight actually has a job defending the promotion of this pawn. There's no bishop takes d6 followed by c7.
Right.
And you have some problems defending your structure.
Agreed.
In the position as white. Without the queens, you cannot take advantage of the fact that my rook is no longer defending my king because there's no checkmates coming in the position. So keep the queens on the board. How do you do it? Queen to e4 allows me to go queen to d5. So perhaps I don't want that. Maybe just a simple queen to c2.
That defends the pawn on c6, keeps the queens on the board. And
you cannot involve your knight because you lose the rook.
Ouch.
So then what do you do next? Right. If you give me a check,
right?
Maybe I can just go back. Again,
no,
it's all about the rook.
c5 check, though, right?
I have queen c5 now. Okay. Let's try something else in that case.
King f1 allows queen f3 check.
Right.
Well,
but then I can go king g1. So maybe that's the way to do it.
So somehow kind of dodging and weaving and bobbing.
I really need to avoid this queen trade, right?
But
something like that.
Yeah.
And no checks anymore.
Yes. No more checks right now.
Right.
Let's see what the engine is saying. Okay.
Queen c2.
We were on the right track. Queen c2, but now king to h2 is the best move. And in fact, it allows... Okay, that makes sense. Because once you trade the rooks,
now
you can go king g1 or
check.
And there's never going to be any sort of knight takes c5. Because now bishop takes d6 is coming. You don't have a rook to defend against the promotion.
Yeah, you're out. That's it.
That's it. So now I'm just simply going to be able to use my extra pawn after this trade of the rooks. And in fact, your queen still has to stay around your king, otherwise you get mated. The knight cannot get involved into play, not very easy at least. So this is the winning sequence for white. Still not that easy. I mean, the white king is weak as well. It's open, right? Exposed. So it's still not that easy. It remains complex, but from an objective point of view, Ashritha is in trouble.
Remarkable game by Alice Lee. Such maturity at such a young age. She's playing against a 4-time champion, Anna Zatomsky. And Anna is tough. She won the Cairns Cup, one of the greatest results, if not the greatest result of her illustrious career. And Alice has ground her down and is in a rook ending where, well, white is simply winning. His rook is perfectly behind the passed b pawn. That means that the king is going to come over, but once the king gets there...
White king does the same, no? You don't want to go king d4?
I was actually going to go on the other side and just win the game by playing the breakthroughs, h4, g4, h5, you know. So, sorry.
So, I mean, you can do that, yeah.
Your approach would have been...
I was thinking if I can go back, not back, yes.
Yes, and if I go back, then you wanted to put your king in front of... So if we could do something like this, isn't this a little bit awkward, or...?
Oh, you have this rook c5 check.
That was on my agenda. Conversely, I was thinking that king e4, king d7, right? Just, I was going to put my king here, and if you go here, I have a check. And I just go, whoop, I just hose the king side. And also, the breakthrough I had in mind was that the king is just so pretty, right? I'm going to go f4, I'm going to go g4, I'm going to go g5.
And you don't mind losing the pawn on b6. So maybe black has to go with the king to e7 to just make sure it's guarding the king side.
Like stays on e7, and that's where I use the pawn on b6 as a decoy, because eventually you're going to just run out of moves, right? So hold on. King d7, king f5, king e7, right? Something like this. And let's say I play h4. And then put my pawn on h5, put my pawn on b7. And
yeah, I'll just try to hold. Just king d7.
Okay, h5, king e7. And this is what I was, this was my dream, was to play f4 and g5. And then eventually what I get is one of those, our producer Tom loves it. 6-1. I just moved my rook, and you've got to allow.
No, I don't want to move the king, but I have to, and king f6.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah. It's but wow, to win a game like this against Anna Satansky, you just have to go, Alice, and let's take a look at her graphic, because she is totally remarkable.
Extremely young, age 13. I mean,
come on. 2471.
And the youngest American woman to achieve international master title.
At 13, I was trying to win a B prize. And I think I actually won second in the B section of the US Open in Chicago as a 13-year-old. Here, she's an international master and a future Olympic champion. Who knows how far she will go.
By the way,
yes?
This is going to be 4 in a row for Alice if she wins this one. How do you call that?
Well, we know the hat trick, but the 4 in a row?
What's the 4 in a row?
It's not castling long. It's castling on both sides. By the way, I think it's her birthday coming up tomorrow. Yeah,
tomorrow she will
14.
be 14 years young.
Wow. Really, by the way, are we having a lot of birthdays during this U.S.
We had Levon, Aronian, Wesley, so
like
Alice.
Like, who isn't having a birthday? Certainly not I, but wow.
I actually know that later it's Ray Robson's birthday and also Nazi Paikidze. October, very popular month for chess players.
Yeah, there was just Levon as well. Where's the action in the Sam's games?
Well, I feel like Sam Shankland lost a bit of his advantage.
Really?
Yes. This is what we have right now. He allowed this bishop trade. I'm not sure if he had to do it. Why not just simply control
first of
all
all,
the squares?
he's a pawn up.
He's a pawn up, right. So why allow complications and not just simply control everything with the move knight to d7? Control this entry via c5. I don't want to see a knight landing on c5. I don't want to see a knight landing on e5. So this seems to be, this mirroring of the knight on d3 seems to be controlling all of the important squares. Knight
I love
d7.
that move.
Why
Bishop
not?
d5, king f6.
I guess you can go bishop to e4, and I don't even have to take. I can play the move that you guys want,
right,
bishop to d5.
Or bishop
if you take,
e5.
thank you very much. Now your knight gets out, right?
Right.
Knight f6 is coming. You don't have the threat on a5 anymore. This is an easy win, technical win. So he played this move bishop to e8, and he was not in time trouble. He still had 52 minutes at this particular moment in time, past time control.
But I think I understand him, because he's sitting there saying h5 is dead meat. That's pawn number 2.
I understand, but I also have knight b8. Maybe this is what he missed, knight b8, and now we're trading off some pawns. You take h5, I take a5.
Okay.
Take.
That's what we have.
That's what we have. This is the position right now. No longer that easy.
Especially after knight c3, it's going to be very difficult to knight c6, to defend the pawn on b4.
Wow.
I don't think this is winning anymore. You have to go back. I go to c6. You go to d5. I go to f3. I try to stay close to your pawns.
Yeah.
Let's say king f7, right?
For sure.
As you mentioned, a3. Let's exchange. I don't think you will be able to promote these two pawns before I can create my own chances with my b pawn. So I'm looking at the position, and look, Sam Shankland didn't get the rook endgame. He got a minor piece endgame, but unfortunately for him, wasn't able to control it well enough to convert his advantage.
By the way, this is one of those positions where as a human player, you immediately recognize that the bishop on c7 is the wrong color of the h pawn, which we've seen in the tournament before already.
So anytime we trade the knight, then we can sacrifice as white the other knight.
Yeah,
exactly. That's exactly what I was going.
A disappointing result for Sam Shankland because he really played a good game. Very good opening, very good middle game. Handling. Unfortunately, it was just that move bishop to e8 that spoils it for him right now.
We left it quite some time ago. I just want to catch up on the game of Hans Niemann because when we thought that, I think it was exactly right here. We just looked at this position, you and I, Kate, and said, oh my God, this is a completely dead draw because there's no way that
to push pawns, right?
to push pawns. But Hans, it wasn't willing to settle for a draw, and once again, he is pushing the envelope.
I mean, one has to admire these risky decisions.
Absolutely, that's exactly what I wanted to say. C4 takes, and look at this. Hans is saying, no, I'm insisting on playing for a win. I may be wrong to do so, but on the other hand, we've got to applaud his desire to play for a victory here.
Right. Hans is one pawn down, but his pieces are pretty active, and that passer on e5 can be dangerous, but will that be enough?
That's a question.
So let's try to set up some sort of a
fortress?
Fortress with bishop e8, bishop f7, right?
Bishop, okay, bishop e8 immediately, because I wasn't sure if we wanted to play rook c6 and provoke bishop c3, but bishop
But then
e8,
the bishop doesn't go back.
Okay, so the bishop, so you're wanting to put the bishop, let's say, on the e6 square, put the rook on c6. So bishop e8.
Just so that you don't have any sort of checks from g8, from the 8th rank. Yeah. I want to, that's my fortress, right here. I also want to kind of be ready for e6 a little bit better. Bishop to e8 was played.
Okay, you're channeling your inner Tang.
Or his channeling his inner Christian. I said it first.
Yeah. Who got in there first? I think you did.
I did.
Yes. So bishop e8 on the board, and let's just see. Should I be playing? Well, if I play rook c6, pardon me, if I play rook c5 and allow rook c6.
By the way, guys, I have a cool idea.
Okay, please.
So rook d8.
Yeah, that's what he played. Yes.
Bishop f7.
Yep.
Rook h8.
And rook
actually, sorry. First bishop c3 maybe.
Okay.
Let's say you play some nonsense. Rook c6.
Rook c6.
I go rook h8.
Not such a nonsense. I go a5. You go.
Well, now there's rook h6. Wait.
No, if you go king g7, now you go e6.
So this is easy.
Nice. Well, you can take.
I was trying to set up a mate with e6 and rook h8.
You can do that by playing after king g7, for example, which makes some sense. Now you go e6, king g6, rook h6.
Yes, thank you.
But
That's
now,
the mate.
Okay.
Yeah, this was the mate. Sorry, I was stealing your thunder there, Kate.
I was somehow thinking if, can you go once again, bishop c3?
Yep.
Yes.
6.
Yes. Let's say rook e6.
Yes. Okay, rook e6. To
rook
stop.
h6.
Yes.
King g7. And now I was wondering we can even move like king h3 because I don't think you can capture that rook. Because then I go e6.
That's a discover check and a very unpleasant one.
You have to go to h7, otherwise I take the rook and promote. And now I capture the bishop.
That's a killer.
And I'm promoting.
Yeah.
Wait. Let's go back for a second.
Okay.
So after e6.
What?
Yeah, keep going. Keep going. No, keep going.
Oh, I did it wrong. So after rook h8, rook e6.
Rook e6.
Yes. Rook h6. And by the way, they are playing. So tell me. But
keep going. Move in the line.
Rook takes rook.
e6, yes. No, rook takes rook e6, right? That was the line we were looking
at. Oh,
at.
no, sorry. Yeah, king h3 we were looking at.
Yeah. Well,
king h3, rook takes.
Just to make a move, yeah. And now I take on e6, e6. h6 and e6.
Rook takes h6.
Then e6 wins.
Well, that was my question. I still have king f8, right?
No, because I captured the rook.
And now bishop g8.
Ooh.
Or bishop g6. I'm not sure which one is better.
Because you don't capture that pawn.
It's still very dangerous for me because you do go with the king up. And the question is who's first?
Yeah, I'm just going to refresh my board, and I want to tell you they've played a lot of moves. Ever since here, we saw the move bishop e8, and just check out how many moves they've been playing. And we've caught up with the players now.
Rook c7, rook to e8.
Rook to c7, rook to e8 on the board.
So the idea is that you cannot take on c4. That's why he didn't take on c4 the pawn, because of rook takes c5.
So again to repeat what you said. So in case your white wanted to take the pawn, and why not? There was rook takes e5 with the discovered attack, and then black is perfectly safe. So we do have this position. This is our position, yes?
I don't know. This is not that easy. Bishop to b4. I put the bishop on d6. I'm starting to grind you down.
So rook e8, bishop b4. So your idea is to give me a check. I will answer it with rook e6, and then bishop to d6, and you're...
And Andrew has only 11 minutes, while Hans has 47 minutes.
That's right. Yeah. No.
Big time difference.
Not that easy. Okay.
But Andrew says, "Come on, I've got the light square." Yes, exactly.
Where's the break?
Exactly.
Show me the break.
Show me. I'm from Missouri.
The show me state. Yes.
Rook e6. So shall we show him? Let's put a bishop on d6.
Okay. And after rook e8, maybe like bishop e7, or is your opponent's? Because you cannot push c3, right?
I think I may have to, because you've got a check in mind.
No, but
right?
then you're gonna get into some difficult trapping patterns of the king.
Okay, now that
the bishop is on e7,
now
you're in
the bishop
trouble.
is on e7, I go bishop e6. I have to stop you from giving me the check.
Good point. And if
I go on f6, I go back to f7.
That makes sense.
And now I go rook c3.
Rook c6, I go rook e6. Same business as before.
Yeah, and I'm not accomplishing anything.
Frustratingly enough, that is the case. But Hans is reaching for his bishop. Let me just refresh my board.
You might as well pick up the a6 pawn in the meantime, before you do anything else. I don't think you can do anything as black. You will have to allow me to take that pawn on a6.
Well, Hans is sweating it out. So let's try again. So bishop to d6. How are you picking up my a pawn exactly?
Rook a7.
Rook what?
Rook a7.
Rook a7. Yeah. Well, that was my question, because now can I try to go with a different fortress setup? I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe bishop b4 is
b4 and then a check. I don't know. King f7. Now I can take on h5. No, sorry.
g6.
I don't take on h5. g6 is a
G6
problem.
is a winner. Oh my. So yes, the answer to your question is you can just play slowly and pick up the a pawn.
But that's fine. Let's take the a pawn. Let's get the maximum out of the position for white.
Okay. So we just...
It seems like he just wants to keep the rook on e6 and e8.
Okay, so go ahead. You won a pawn.
Right.
But now
I don't think I can go rook e8 because of bishop e7.
Check.
So I have to find a different way to pass the time. Let's go king g7.
Okay, fair. King g7, and I'll go rook here. And
king g6, yes.
Okay. Help me out, Kate.
Wait, can I just capture the pawn now? Rook takes c4?
Then you go rook takes e5. You don't take the bishop. That would be funny, right? Rook takes e4. Would you take the pawn or would you take the bishop? Well, we're taught that the bishop is worth more than the pawn.
But this guy is running away.
Yeah, it is running away. Oh, yes. But rook takes e5 is our constant answer. Whoa. So you're saying you're saying Hans can pick up the a6 pawn for free.
Right.
But then it's still, you've got to break the fortress.
Well, first of all, it's still equal pawns. My pawns are looking very ugly.
They are.
f5, h5, c4, I understand that.
If you
but
could just...
how do you break through?
If you could put that
Where's
h5.
the break?
Yep.
So can I just start moving my king maybe to d4?
Probably. Probably you should try that. Once you get to d4, though, that's when I'm starting to push my h pawn, right?
Bishop d6 on the... Sorry, as white, you want to...
I mean, first I want to pick up the pawn on a6.
Okay, so...
So I think we will wait for that, but then maybe to improve the king to d4.
But your king on h4 was doing such a nice job.
I know.
If you give me h4 and king h5, I can get counterplay, can't I? Well, we'll keep an eye on this one. I just want to check in once again with Fabiano, just to see how he is getting along in his game with Ray. And we've just seen the move h. Well, wait a minute.
This is starting to look dangerous for Fabi.
What is going on?
The pawn?
I mean,
Pawn is free on the h file, so we are trying to push it forward.
Yes, indeed. And if we take, well, this bishop is eyeballing this knight, which means that h6 is doable.
And that bishop on c6 is just doing nothing. All white pieces are kind of ready to support that pawn on h5.
And even a move like bishop g6 check could be disruptive. And by the way, Sam's...
This one is over.
Another difficult game for Sam Shankland. He was winning there, and we see that he's very unhappy with his result.
Well, sometimes Sam comes on the show and he complains vociferously. My opponents are all trying to make draws with me, and things like that. And then sometimes his complaints are accurate. I mean, you know, Sevian really was on the back foot early and struggled to make a draw.
Yeah,
and
Sam is definitely happy that he saved this game.
Sevian,
that looked very bad for him.
Indeed. And again, we've got the Ray and Fabi game. And how does the computer assess this? I mean, I don't think white's winning, but I think it's white's for choice.
You have to start making difficult decisions right now as black. You have to go knight e4, it seems like.
Knight e4?
Yes, that's a very difficult move to make.
Wow. So
to just give up a pawn for free?
I like the
without taking on h5, by the way.
Without taking on
Without
h5.
taking on h5, yes. Knight e4 first.
So, in the immortal words of Walter Brown, immediately.
Correct. And if you do take, then if you do take on c4, I mean. I do take on h5, and now I give you a check.
On h6?
On h6, you cannot go knight to e3 because f5 actually might be worse for you.
Okay.
So you have to move the king. King e2 doesn't work because of bishop b5. So you have to go to e1.
Okay.
And now I go king e6, and it seems like this is enough because I also have the idea of bishop to e8. Bishop to e8 and take the pawn on h5 like that. So despite the fact that I'm, for the moment, a pawn down, it seems like I have enough compensation in this particular case. But knight e4 played. Okay.
Wow.
That's a very important move.
Yeah.
And not an easy one to make.
No.
Because you're changing the whole character of the position.
This move, king e6, is annoying for me, I must say. So instead of taking the pawn, does it make a difference if I include taking on g6?
You can take on g6.
No, then king takes g6 and maybe king g5.
That's right.
Okay, hold on. So once again, I take on g6, you go king takes g6, I go knight takes c4.
Now I can give you a check.
Because king g5, immediately I just play knight e3 and I keep you at bay, right? And
even though that might be a draw as well after bishop d7, right?
Let's see, just this. The
question is who's faster with the pawns, I guess.
Well, I was hoping.
You do seem to be quite fast.
Right.
Which is kind of problematic. Yeah. Yeah,
okay.
That pawn is going.
All right. So, by the way, we do have knight e4 check, bishop takes e4 on the board. We don't know if Ray is thinking about taking on g6. What does your intuition tell you, Kate? Would you take as white on g6, or because if you allow g6 takes h5,
right?
Bishop h6 check and f5, and black gets two connected pass pawns as well.
Yeah, so white may be thinking also about like bishop f4 move
right.
to just improve that bishop and keep the tension with the pawns.
Okay.
Because now I do want to capture the pawn on c4
do.
because I don't worry about the check on h6 anymore.
That's right.
I like that move, yeah.
So keeping control with bishop f4, taking on g6 or taking on c4 immediately. Those are the choices that Ray is facing. And how much time does he have to make?
Ray has 20 minutes, Fabi has 17 minutes. So they still have a lot of time to think in this position.
Guys, I have to tell you, it's extraordinary to me. We saw some blunders at the end of yesterday's games because they've been playing 5-6 hours. I mean, we've been taking breaks, we're getting, snacks, and, even ourselves, we feel weary. But these guys are making really, really difficult decisions with very short time. And a move like Bishop F4, I would find extraordinary because I would be like, okay, I could take on G6 and take on C4, and I know I'm safe. I don't know if I'm winning, but a move like Bishop F4 is an attempt to play for a win, Cristian.
Absolutely, no, and Ray is going to attempt that. I don't think he's going to take the easy way out with knight takes c4. I think
I have to say, I'm always amazed
bishop to f4.
When players find a move like knight e4, which is the best move in the position. Like you are worse, but you figure out how to find that move that equalizes the position.
Absolutely, and we have a special guest in a studio, Sam Shankland, with you, Cristian.
Sam, welcome back to the show. This was a very tense game, but I have to say, you got a great position out of the opening and you were playing really, really good moves. When did you feel like you lost control and allowed your opponent back into the game?
After bishop c6 check, I thought the game would just win itself, and then he blitzed out king e3, at which point I realized I cannot just go knight d5, knight c3 like I wanted.
Bishop
and
to c6, remind us around which time was this?
Right here.
I gave bishop c6 check. I can't see the board.
Okay,
right
maybe
now,
you have it on yours.
42 or 43.
Yeah, now I see. Yeah, so after bishop c6 check, I thought was a very bad move, and after king e3, I was already really struggling to find a plan. Like I cannot just go knight d5, knight c3. I don't think, because he'll go a4, and I couldn't figure out how I'm actually going to do anything, and his king is coming to become annoying, and it was very difficult to come up with a plan here. Maybe I should have...
I think at that point it was knight d7 instead of knight d5.
So the move was...
Bishop c6, king e3,
so
and now
bishop
knight
c6,
d7.
the best move was knight d7. Right. I saw this, but after king d4, what's my next move? Or bishop e4 even, I was not sure about. Oh, bishop e4, I should just take a knight f6, yeah. This was probably a better way. And king f6 now or something?
Yeah, king f6, maybe just bishop b5 as well.
Yeah, okay.
But this is
somehow
not...
I was struggling to find a
bishop
plan.
b5, I think was...
Yeah, and then, I guess there's never bishop e4 because it's always taken knight f6, yeah. So I just undo the stupid bishop c6 from before, yeah. So I thought bishop e8 was winning, but I had missed an important detail. And
what was the detail?
I think already it's just a draw. So I saw this knight c5, and I thought I just missed that he's going knight a6. I thought he's going, and then knight b8. I thought he was going knight b7 instead of knight a6. That's what I had calculated, at least. Knight b7 here. And then my point was after knight takes h5, whichever knight he takes on a5 with, say knight b takes a5, king d7, his knights are now incredibly stupid and permanently stupid. And they cannot be fixed. And I thought that I will win the game with the h-pawn routinely. So this is what I had in mind when I played bishop e8, or at least that's what I calculated, but I missed that after king e7, knight a6, I just missed knight c5 and knight b8. I missed, and after knight b8, I think white's making a draw easily.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Because I was just one time. Basically, this position here, after knight takes a5, go back to it. After knight takes a5, I believe king d7 is the winning move, essentially. And by this knight b8, knight a6, b8 business, my king ended up on the wrong square, is a good way of explaining it.
And that's one thing that we were discussing as you were getting mic'd up. It's all these very difficult decisions under tremendous tension and pressure. How do you deal with that?
I don't know. I've been doing it for my whole adult life. I'm just used to it. I mean, trust me, you screw up enough as much as I have in life. You're used to making mistakes, and you don't worry about making more.
Absolutely. You just pull yourself back up and keep moving.
Yeah.
Yasser?
No, we've been enjoying the tournament. We had that one round, Sam. It was immediately after the free day where we had 5 decisive games out of the 6 in the open section. And maybe it's one of those periods where there's a lull. 6 draws yesterday, and maybe we're going to see I don't know, 6 draws today. How do you explain that? How do you get all decisive games?
I've been the main contributor because I should have drawn the game with Dominguez at the end, and I also should have won this game, so I was the contributor to the 6-0s, for sure. But yeah, I mean, sometimes it's just luck of the draw. I mean, for me, I try to play fighting chess every single game. I mean, I'm a very risk-loving player these days, so... You know, but every now and then games are just drawn. I mean, yesterday, like, Dariusz completely shut me down and I didn't have a chance at all ever, and I was just worse at some point. So, you know, I'm trying to fight every game. I think today I showed I was, like, ready to fight with black. Like, for example, after he played e4 in the opening, like, I believe e5 is just a draw. It's like d5, knight b6, bishop b3, bishop g4, trade everything, big draw. And I decided to keep the game going even with the black pieces, when on paper a draw with black, yeah, like here e5, as far as I know, is just supposed to be a draw.
Right.
Taking like 3 more moves.
Yeah.
But I decided to keep the fight going even with the black pieces, when on paper a draw with black against Sevian is fine. So I'm just trying to play combative fighting chess every round. But chess is just such a drawish game in its nature that sometimes that's what you're going to get.
And you got your chances, and this is exactly what we love to see here at the US Championship. Very combative chess. Thank you for displaying that, Sam. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely. And with this draw, the men's standings, or open standings.
So we have still Fabiano Caruana with 4.5 points, and then we have Hans Niemann, Wesley and Leinier Dominguez with 4 points.
And Fabi is hard at work in his game against Ray Robson, while Hans is trying his best to squeeze something out of something, or something out of nothing, against Andrew Tang. And how is Alice doing in her game with Anna Zatonski?
Oh, she's wrapping it up right now. This one is completely winning. Rook to e4, and then I'm just going to chaperone my pawn down to promotion. There's nothing you can do. You can try to take the pawn, but that doesn't help you much. We go to this position, you try to stop it, I'll give you a check. Then I promote next, and that's it. Right. And there's no way to stop me from doing that. You can try to go f5, but then I just simply go back. I stay on the e-file, I stop you from giving me check on the e-file, and then I just push my pawn, promote it, and I'm going to easily deal with your pawn majority on the king side. So very easy, very technical. This rook to e4 I really like. Give away the b7 pawn, it doesn't really matter. My d pawn is going to win me the game. Alice understands that. And where's the sip of the water? I think it's coming,
it's time.
Right? It's coming.
Time. Wow. Wow. Just a really incredible performance. I have to tell you, I have seen Anna Zatonski crossing swords, dueling against the world's best ladies. And when she loses, it tends to be a tactical skirmish. She doesn't get ground down like what Alice did in this major piece ending. And that would be 4 in a row.
Are we starting to feel that she might be, getting closer and closer?
Well, she had such a bad start, but when you talk about what Begim and Carissa are doing against the field,
you should be getting closer and closer with 4 out of 4.
Will somebody please stop? Yeah, I won 4 out of 4 games, but will somebody please stop
Alice is trying to catch up. I mean, 4 wins in a row, that's incredible, but it's still behind Carissa, even Begim, Tokhirjonova, who are just running through the tournament.
And let me ask the salient question, how is Arena doing? Because when we left it, she was a pawn up, nursing an extra pawn here. We were talking about trying to keep the queens on the board, if I remember.
Not so golden anymore.
Not so golden? Check.
No.
Wow, this queen e5 move.
That's a visual, right? I mean, okay.
It's a nice one.
Let's trade queens, says Ashritha. Not so fast. By the way, your rook is hanging, so on a good day, allow me to take this with a check. If you take the knight.
You also have to be careful about the queen a1 checks.
And queen a1 check is on tap for black. But I think this is the key. Ashritha recognizes that it's the queen that's the problem piece that she's facing. So she's forcing the trade of queens with the move queen b5.
And once we trade the queens, black is much happier because the king is suddenly safe. on the queen side. Here also Ashritha picks up the c6 pawn.
Which he has done. And yeah, no, whoa, what is going on? Not only is it, why isn't black the one suddenly dictating?
Rook e3.
Rook e3, knight c5.
Rook e7.
Oh, thank you. Well, good. Well, I was talking about tiredness and mistakes and all the rest. But yes, you for a brief moment there, I thought I was just simply winning the b3 pawn. But now, having said that, why can't I threaten? Oh, now you're in time.
But now knight c5. I don't know. Bishop b3, rook takes b3.
Yes, exactly.
Are you in time?
That was my question. King f7, and who's playing? Who's playing?
I mean, Ashritha has to be very happy how it
fantastic. The queen trade.
Now.
The queen trade just alleviated all the danger in the position for black. And if she gets a knight c5...
It's interesting. We were discussing this. Yeah, we wanted to exchange
queens.
The rooks, not the queens, for
white.
White, yes.
And
she decided to exchange the rooks, but yeah, this one right now, okay.
She's done.
Who's in pole position?
Exactly.
Is the question.
Well, earlier, I really did like Ashritha's position. I was thinking, what? King g4.
Whoa.
Where is Arena going?
She's sacrificing the pawn on b3, saying she wants to push with the king forward.
Not yet.
Just a second. Sorry, I'm just doing a quick... so there...
By the way, the game is over here. Alice won her game.
Congratulations.
4 in a row.
By the way, and it's not a joke. I mean, you come into these national championships, it's so hard to win a game. I mean, seriously, it's so hard to win a game. You win a game, you feel so really, really good. Winning 4 games?
You start to feel like, okay, I'm on a really good track.
Right, right. And also, I mean, I totally belong in this field. What's this going?
We see that Ashritha Aswaran, she has 28 minutes, but Irina Krush, only 1 minute on the clock.
What is Arena doing?
Excuse me, did you just blunder that pawn?
Well, no. I mean, she played her move very purposefully, King g4.
Did she forget that the knight on a6 protects the c7 pawn?
No, I think she wants to go King g5, Rook e7, and just start pushing that g-pawn.
Okay.
But King g... I agree with you. If you get both King g5 and Rook e7 on the board, I'll support your idea, but...
That's a check.
You're going to have to retreat your king, so you don't press my king back to the back rank, and eventually, I mean, I'm the one playing. I've got an extra pawn.
So maybe she missed this Rook b8 and just blundered.
Wow.
This has completely changed right now.
Exactly, with the rook on b3. So she played King g4. The last few moves, look at her. She definitely has
aspirations.
Aspirations, yes, I think that's a good way of putting it. She wants to go check, and in case of King f6, Bishop g5 check. And in case of Rook b5, this is what Arena is thinking, that she will, as you said, push her g-pawn.
But, okay, can I do this and actually play Rook e5 now? No, keep going, yeah.
Rook b5 check, Bishop to g5.
More or less forced.
And
if you want to continue your attack.
Exactly.
Now Rook e5.
Exactly. Rook e5.
And then knight c5, knight e6 is coming.
Oh, yeah. If you try to avoid the trade of the rooks. And if you do trade the rooks, I mean, you're definitely never winning this.
No, I'm not trying to win it anymore. I'm actually, you're right. Yeah, I'm simply trying to draw it. But did I have a choice? Like, where else am I going to go with my rook? It makes no sense to go to c4. Rook f4 has no purpose. You're just going to play your knight c5, knight e6.
Yes.
And you're very happy.
Yes. Yeah.
I like your move Rook e5. I really do. I think Ashritha would recognize that. But then again, after the move King h5, how threatening is the g-pawn? May I just ask the question? What are you doing? You're going to check me.
I will give a check, yes.
I will forcibly be forced to retreat.
King F6, we should show it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, just to
That's
make
a
our
very nice
audience-
visual.
Yeah,
It's really nice.
that's a pretty checkmate. I don't even know what it's called, by the way, that one. But okay, I go back. So you've done your worst. You forced me to the first rank, but your pawn is on G3. It's not on G6.
So if I go rook d7, yeah,
now
I
that
think
you-
I'm very slow.
If you
Rook
think about it, my
D7.
A pawn is actually faster than
Incredibly
yours.
fast, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm going to come down here and whoop,
Yeah,
right
I don't
up the
like this
board.
for white.
So
lost.
Ashritha is probably thinking after King H5, I can go Rook B5 check and Rook E5, and I've got a 2-result game. I'm not losing, but maybe with Rook takes A3, I'm winning.
Right.
And she has 25 minutes, so she has a lot of time to calculate which variation she wants to
Exactly,
play. And before
exactly.
she makes that decision, maybe we can take a look at the game Jennifer Yu against Yenyu Yang.
Exactly.
We did not spend much time here,
Nope.
but it's a really nice end game.
Okay.
There could be some checkmating patterns.
So it's 4 versus 4, but 4 versus 3, pardon me. And there goes the fourth. There goes the queenside pawn. Go ahead, some checkmating
Yeah,
patterns.
I was thinking some e4, you know, the rook g7 is going there.
Oh, sorry. You're not playing knight f8 check, because that would be easy mate.
If I could, I would be very happy.
Yeah. Sorry. How do I do this? Rook g7 check, you were about to say?
Yeah, but I see that Jennifer just played king f3.
King f3 on the board.
Oh, maybe she's trying to push for g4 and create h passer.
Makes sense. Okay. I tell you, I would be a little bit worried about g4 myself. I might just be inclined to shut that down. That's worrisome, I would say. G5, G4, and H5. This looks like it's heading towards a draw. Let me go to
Let's
the
go back
game.
to the Hans game for just a second. There was a big moment.
Just want to say in the Tatev game, a game we haven't seen for quite some time, Tatev is actually a pawn down, and a bishop is the same color ending.
Yes.
Bad news for Tatev's fans here.
Because we were saying we favored her in the opening.
Yes, we did.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Sorry, Hans.
But it's still not easy, right? This one
No.
is still not easy because those pawns for white on f4 and h4, they're perfectly placed, specifically because you have the pawn on f5. So whenever you try to switch diagonals with bishop to c6, I will redirect to c8, put pressure on your pawn on e4.
Right.
That's my mechanism to try to make a draw in the position. At the same time, this is not going to be easy. Definitely, Atusa has decent chances to potentially win this one. Let's go back to the Hans one.
All right.
There was a moment, big moment at this point after the move bishop to e7. And it's very easy to start looking at the position and maybe go king to a g7 as well, right?
Okay.
And then maybe bishop to d6. Okay, why not rook to e6, right? Or if you go king to g6, rook to e6, king to e4, maybe you can go king to g7, believing that rook takes e4 is not possible. But guess what? Right now, rook takes e4 is possible, because with a king on g7, if you do take on e5, that's a check. And if you do take on d6, that's Katerina's idea. Take d7.
It's a girl.
It's a girl. There's no way to stop. So this was a big moment as well. He managed to spot it after king g6, rook to c7. This was it. Not king to g7 because of rook takes c4. He played the right move, rook to e8, allowing bishop to e7. I'm blocking you a little bit right now, but I have some more ideas. Bishop to e6, bishop to f7, king g3, rook to e6. Don't touch this one. Right now, you might be losing.
That is a bishop, yes.
Now you're losing.
Right.
So bishop to e7, bishop to g8. It feels like you only need me not to have one more square.
Right.
One more square, but I still have that extra square on a g8. Bishop to d6, we're expecting bishop to f7, back. One thing that Hans needs to do right now, probably he starts understanding that this probably is a draw. But I need to get Andrew down to his last few seconds. Right now he has 9 minutes on his clock. And that's exactly what Andrew is doing very well. He's playing moves, but he's playing them fast. He's not allowing himself to go down to his last few minutes, so then you start seeing ghosts, you start getting worried unnecessarily. And that's exactly what's happening right now. Andrew defending very, very well. And if he manages to do so, I have to say, I feel Hans has missed a big opportunity.
Right.
Cristian, can I go bishop f8, by the way? Just a question.
Bishop f8 here.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So bishop f8, I go here.
And bishop h6.
Okay, so this is your plan.
It's like you put your bishop everywhere on the board.
I'm a little worried.
E7, D6.
What if I continue doing the same thing? Again, the same idea. You take, you give me a check, but I go back.
Right.
Yeah, you're right, probably.
So this rook e8, rook e7, if
Still
you're
defending.
He's trying a lot of things, but unfortunately it doesn't seem like it's working. Let's wait and see what he comes up with, Hans, because we know he will come up with something.
Right. He just played bishop e7, and we would expect, I don't know, bishop back to e6.
I think the other game is
I think
just
in the
about to
game
finish.
between Ray and Fabi, a repetition, bishops of opposite color. That seems to be the theme of the round, as
there we go. You're
are
looking for an
expecting
arbiter.
a three-move repetition in this game. And should the remaining two games be drawn, well, we've seen 12 draws in a row in the open section. Again, coming off of the free day, everybody was full of
Yeah, and it feels like
fire
players
and brimstone.
got tired after that one round, after the rest day. They were like, okay, that's enough. Now we need,
They
we need a
exhausted
break.
the commentators, and they needed a break. And by the way, coming back to Arena's game.
Is Arena losing?
We think she's overpressed her advantage. She had something, but now
She just played the move a4. What about rook b4?
So when we left it, we saw king h5. Oh, sorry. When we left it, we saw Arena play king h5, king f7 by Ashritha.
Not capturing that pawn on a3.
And just making it that much more difficult for Arena to play rook e7, rook a4, rook. That, by the way, that was a check. And now knight c5, rook, a4. We're expecting rook b4, right?
I thought knight e6.
You thought knight e6. Okay, that defends against rook c7.
Targets the bishop.
Targets the bishop, although interesting, I'm not sure it's necessarily a threat. I just don't know what I'm supposed to do here.
The thing is, you cannot do g4, for example, because then I'm going to checkmate you.
Another nice rook and knight checkmate. That's a nice cooperation.
You also cannot
sure.
move really the bishop because then I take a free pawn. So what is white going to be doing here?
I'm going to close my eyes and go after this
But
one.
guys, why knight e6?
But I take a pawn.
Why knight e6?
Why not rook b4?
I don't know. That was my inclination too. Kate thought knight e6 was even simpler.
Just because I'm picking up another pawn, or we go into this endgame. If this endgame is just simply losing, then it's over, right?
Right.
Rook a3, okay.
Rook a3, not rook b4, rook a3. And by the way, weren't we talking about Arena being in desperate time trouble? Down to her last minute or so?
Less than 1 minute. And
Okay,
Ashritha
so-
has 22 minutes on her clock.
Rook a3, she has to go bishop d2, right?
No, rook c1.
Where's she going?
I can't guess Arena's moves. I really don't know.
She wants to go rook f1. Yeah.
And again, she's putting all of her faith, I want to say, in her g-pawn, but I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. Rook takes a4, rook f1, king e8, and it's all Ashritha. But we have special guests in studio. Cristian, over to you, and Alice Lee.
Alice, back to your victorious ways. A difficult start, but now you have won 4 games in a row. How are you feeling right now after defeating such a marvelous opponent?
I mean, yeah, this game I'm really happy with, especially since, like, in the end game, like the rook ending, I thought it would be a draw, but then I did some calculation around time control, and then I realized that I think it was probably a win. I found like this rook b4 move later in the rook ending, and I'm really happy that I was able to win this game. Also because I thought this game would be a draw after like we traded minor pieces and got into the major piece ending.
But that's one thing about defeating a player like Anna Zatansky. You generally sometimes defeat her in tactical melees. You did the opposite. It was a strategical grind, and you actually managed to win in a strategical way. Was that your idea from the beginning? What type of game were you looking for in this matchup?
I mean, I don't think I was thinking too much about tactical or positional. I mean, so I got a pretty good time advantage out of the opening. I was pretty well prepared, and I think after that, because of that, it made it slightly harder for her to play. And after I was able to, I guess, get into my prep, and then she started spending time. I think then it became slightly easier for me to play, and eventually, I don't think I was exactly winning when I got B4 at some point in the game, but it was definitely a lot easier for me to play. And then around time control, it's just super hard. Since she had I had 30 minutes, she had 30 seconds.
Well, I have to say I'm blown away by the maturity of your play in this one, in the competition as a whole. Guys, any questions for young Alice?
Absolutely. Kate.
I do have a question, Alice. So you started a little bit slow. I want to know what happened after round 3 when you started a series of wins. What did you change after round 3?
I don't think I changed much. I mean, I kind of changed my shoes because my previous shoes are kind of uncomfortable. They make my feet hurt. But okay. I mean, I've had bad tournaments before, especially when I was going to IM norm hunting. So for me, being able to come back is just about ignoring the past results and then focusing on the next game. And it's really great for me to win, of course, 4 games in a row. But of course, there's still a few more games that I have to play, and the tournament's not over yet.
Absolutely, but congratulations on kind of picking up and just winning 4 games in a row.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
congratulations, Alice. Impressive indeed. And it would be, give me the check for first place if it wasn't for the fact that 2 other ladies are doing extraordinarily well. Carissa and Begim. They're leading Alice by 1.5 points.
Yeah, that's true.
Even with 4 wins in a row. It's just, wow. Irina, I'm just kind of stunned by her decision to go with this whole King G4 stuff.
But at the same
Cristian.
time, those decisions, they're very, very difficult, and most difficult when you have 50 seconds on your clock, when you have 10 seconds on your clock, and you have to make a move.
Right.
And you see all of these things, and then you're like, okay, what am I doing?
Yeah, we're panicked.
We heard that with Hans when he did the triple shift.
Right.
Knight G4, Knight G6. Where do I put the knight,
It's
right?
the triple twist.
The triple twist, there we go.
Very important in
the
chess.
new move in chess,
Right,
absolutely.
the triple, speaking of the twist.
What do we think about this position?
I think it's winning for Ashritha.
How do we win it?
King E8.
Okay, so King E8. Finally, I get to push my pawn, right?
Right.
But now you take my pawn. No,
exactly.
It's not working. I'm stuck.
Let me show you what you might have missed. G4, rook takes, and I'm hitting your bishop.
I'm stuck.
And you're
completely stuck. Yes. If I do this, it doesn't really matter.
No.
I really like this knight on e6.
Oh, the knight on e6
attacking
is
the bishop,
monstrous.
just defending also the king when we go to
And
the e file.
Play the rook f1. We're expecting king to e8. This is the money move right now.
Right, just get out of the check. And there's nothing, you
And
can't
it's an
push
easy
the
one.
g-pawn.
It's an easy move.
Yeah, bishop
Also,
d2.
by the way, I think you can go to e7 as well.
I was a little, bishop g5.
Just
We
check.
see knight takes f4.
Oh, no.
What?
Oh, no. This actually might be the way this game turns.
No.
King e6.
Now the g-pawn
But now
can
finally the
run.
g-pawn moves away. Okay, I still feel like black should be faster. But this suddenly became a race. So you go c5. Let's say I give you a check, right?
Right, just to put the king in front of the pawn.
d5. Okay, let's go to g7.
Yeah, right.
g6.
Let's go.
King f8.
Let's give a check.
You want to give a check and then go back?
I want to go check and put the rook behind the pawn.
I think she might be winning this one as well. Yeah, she's winning this one as well. The engine is saying that this is winning.
Wow, but trading that knight for the bishop, that looks risky for me.
Wonderful.
I would have not done that.
No, the knight on e6, that means I can always give up the knight for the g-pawn, whether it be on g7 or whether it be on g5. The knight on e6 is perfect. And I'm picking up the pawn on a4.
G4, she played it.
G4 on the board.
We're going to see the race.
We're going to see the race. Let me just bring, again, Irina's position up on the board.
By the way, Hans is still trying, but not that much has changed. We don't have to go there, just giving you an update.
Okay. And I liked what you were saying. Just go for the check. Put the king in front of the pawn, and then just push the pawns. The most direct. And we do have a draw between our defending champion, Jennifer, and Ruiang Yan. D5, G6, and this very nice move, C4. It doesn't matter. Either way, King F8, Rook comes to H8 check.
But can I also just play Rook G3?
And win it this way. I suspect you can.
And King E5?
Yes, I suspect you can.
Just the 2 pawns are running really fast.
They really are.
They're fast.
I suspect you can. I was going to give up my rook in a different way, but the same idea as you were saying there as well. I'm ready to give up my rook for the pawn, but I was also thinking...
Get a few more tempos.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, though. It's not even close.
And one of the things that you need to know in the fight between the 2 pawns and the rook, once the 2 pawns are on the 3rd or 6th rank, that's it. They promote by themselves. They don't need the help of the king or the rook.
Yeah.
By the way, we see the Rook H3 check. So Ashritha is going for this winning variation.
Yeah,
exactly.
D5. She started off with D5 so that she doesn't have any sort of Rook E4 checks.
Yeah,
I sort of like it. Yes.
No,
now continue.
Impressive.
C5.
Impressive. C5, G6, C4.
Oh, Rook G3. Okay.
I think she's borrowing a page from your book there, Kate.
Rook G3 is now a draw.
What?
Yes, after the move G6.
Unbelievable. How is that possible? So C5?
C5, rook to F6.
That's the thing. And now you're kind of you gummied up your pawns.
That's right. Oh, you certainly gummied them up. C4, good. I go King F7 now.
Right.
And then G7, and the problem is once I play G7, I threaten Rook G6 as well. This is an absolute ideal position for White, what she could have gotten out of the last few moves.
Now the question is, I think Arena will sense her opportunity because there's no other move. But why would you play Rook G3 in that position?
Oh,
it just makes
goodness. What a miss.
No sense at all. I mean,
what a miss.
Push your pawn.
King E5, Rook C6.
I guess she just wanted to play it safe to make sure she can always capture the pawn with the rook.
She needs to play a Rook C6. If she goes King F7, then I go D4.
She's
Rook A6.
Rook A6.
No, that's not it.
Arena.
That is not it.
That is a shocking move. Now I just go D4, Rook takes A5, and
I thought you go even C4 and run with that pawn.
You want to go C4 and run with this pawn?
Surprisingly,
this
is still a draw. But
even with Rook A6?
Rook A6 is still a draw, yes.
No way, really? Wow.
Very surprising that this is still a draw.
I mean, it's so risky. What a move, Rook A6. Wow.
How is that a draw? So I guess now you play Rook A8 or?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, Rook A8
C3.
I think is the one. And you're going to actually use both of your pawns right now.
I guess.
Maybe you can go Rook C8
I have to go Rook C8 first because you were about to play C2 and Rook C3.
Yeah.
So I have to play Rook C8.
Yeah, Rook A6 is fine. Wow.
And after I go King D3, you just start running with your A pawn?
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. Rook A6 draws as well as Rook C6. I'm stunned. Rook A6, and just a second. I'm still like reeling. So if I go D4, Rook takes, King, Rook back, right? These pawns, I was expecting the pawns to win by themselves. But I guess that's not the case. This is just amazing to me. Chess is hard.
Yep.
And then you die.
And then you die. Chess is a very, very hard sport. I mean, what does Willie Nelson say? And don't let your boys grow up to be cowboys. Don't let your boys grow up to be chess players. I mean, what the heck? And a quick look at the lady standings and why this game is so important.
So we have
Kate.
Carissa and Begim Tokhirjonova running away with 6 points, making a big kind of difference compared to the other field, the players in the field.
Yeah, Reno is trying to keep pace with her leaders, but she's at 4, and we thought she was losing. Now
Then-
maybe she's drawn.
And then she was winning,
And then
she was losing again.
And Tatev is actually on the worst side of an ending. She's still trying to draw that game as well. And what about Hans?
Not that much has changed. It's still a draw. It's still a draw. Hans is still trying, and he's going to try for a little while. But it does seem like Andrew is cracking in this one.
Is not cracking.
He's not cracking.
Right.
At least not as of right now.
No.
But again, still 23 minutes for Hans. We know he's going to try until the very last moment.
Sure.
Okay, what do we do now? Do we go bishop f7?
By the way, just an update in the arena's game. Ashritha did try to put her faith behind her c-pawn. She's played c4, rook takes a5, c3 on the board.
I think we should go to that one just because it's much more.
I mean, it's a hot potato going
Much more
on
exciting, yes.
over in this game. And
we always like this type of races.
Rook
right?
c5 as the rook goes behind the
I think
pawn.
king e4 is a very expected move.
Exactly, and
Actually, could be also king d6, but that's
king
more
d6
passes,
rook c8.
right?
Right.
We can.
well, king d6, you
your
put
pawns.
Yeah, you know this is one of those moments where I go crazy. She goes king d6, by the way, in the game. Imagining king d4, the computer says rook c8
draw
loses, rook c7 equal. And then you try, because rook c8 is the drawing move, right? You look at it and you go, that's the move I would play, was rook c8.
Okay,
by the way, king d6
But I'm starting
on the
to
board.
worry for Ashritha.
No, but
No?
why? We shouldn't worry about Ashritha. No.
Why?
I think she's doing well.
Rook c8, what
if you go d4?
a5.
a5.
King d7.
Rook
Rook
to
c4.
c4.
d3.
Okay, a6.
No. D2, I'm
But then
losing.
rook d4. So maybe you can go. If you
A6?
want. Maybe. I don't know. By the way, d2, maybe I can even go a7. You don't have a check. You get the queen first, but you don't have a check after.
Oh my gosh.
And you might actually lose that.
No, then I would have to check. I would sacrifice my rook.
And
queen.
take.
Oh, queen
queen
d3
d3, queen
check.
e4.
Queen e4.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
We continue the game. We continue the game.
Oh my gosh.
You might be able to find a way to get that rook, but it's not clear cut.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to update my board. King d6. Maybe Ashritha should just not push her luck anymore. I mean, king d7, rook c5.
I'm starting to worry.
I was about to say, I mean, it could be, another
All right, so there's one way to
heartbreak.
lose. If you go d4, I go
Yes.
a5.
Yes.
Now you go d3.
Yes.
Now a6, and you're done.
Well, that's what we've been
that's how you
looking
lose.
at, right? That was how we lose. But what's amazing to me is that we should be losing this position as black. I mean, these two connected pass pawns. Can I give up my rook for both your pawns and make an easy draw?
But all of that was so unnecessary.
Oh,
I mean,
no, it really was.
this is gonna really hurt
Oh my gosh.
to draw this game after such a winning endgame.
Right? And it all went wrong with knight takes f4.
I
Why are you
believe so,
playing
because
that?
the knight was really good defensive piece. The bishop had no business really doing on the king side.
By the way, alert everybody, the game suddenly became a 3-result game after this move d5, d4.
D5, d4, a5, yes.
A4, A5, A4,
And
A5,
now you
yes.
better not play d4.
D3, yeah.
D3, excuse me, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so what does she want? I guess she wants rook to a4, rook to g5, right?
Well,
That's right. That must be her idea.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
But wait a minute. Now I go rook d8.
Rook d8 check, though, right?
Your king will cut the action on the 5th rank of your rook. I don't know, guys. I'm starting to get worried.
Can I go king e6 here? No, Yasser, if we can continue that game.
Rook, king e6 in this exact moment.
Yes. You captured a pawn, I captured a pawn.
That's what I would hate.
Because I want to give check on a7 and then I'd give check on a7.
Yeah, king h6. I don't know.
Are you sure you're?
I was thinking you're gonna go king f8 and I have king f6. But...
Yeah, I'm not sure you're drawing this.
I'm
not sure you're drawing that. So,
I'm
king.
starting to get worried.
I'm not sure you would be drawing this one either, Kate. I mean, this one, again, the rook, suddenly White's rook ended up in the perfect location here. Jeez. D4's on the board. And
not
maybe
A5
Arena must be wondering what's going on in the position. Because doubtlessly what Arena is worried about is A5, D3, rook takes, question mark, D2, and she's worried that the queen, and she's worse, right? That she could lose this game. So she's seeing Ashritha playing D3, and maybe that's the same line that Ashritha is calculating, but maybe Arena will say, well, if I can't take the pawn, can I make a
Let's try to pull the brakes with black. How do we pull the brakes with black after a5?
Exactly.
Let's try to find at least a draw.
Exactly.
We've been losing a lot of these pawn races with black right now.
Yeah,
So
no,
let's try to get back into
congratulations
the
on losing the pawn. I would, if you told me, look, shut it down and make a draw, a5, I'd go c2.
King
F7.
King f7. I can't guess anything. Jeez, king f7. Okay, Kate, explain.
So I would be running d3. Isn't black winning now? And if you go g7,
okay,
then I go c2.
Okay.
That's winning.
And that's winning.
And then it's unstoppable that you're going to make a queen. Fair. Okay, so help.
All right, so I think we have to
King
go into
f7.
that.
Was that a blunder? Big
I don't think so.
It wasn't?
Not yet. So keep going. D3. Let's go rook takes c3. I think we have to go into this
You have to
formation.
go into the queen versus the rook and pawns?
Yes.
Okay.
Now the question is, do you want to give a check first?
What?
On f3, perhaps.
Ah.
Try to
I don't think I want to give the check.
Force the king in front of the pawn.
Because then the rook will be able to go to f6.
Okay.
To give check to me.
Okay.
Rook f3 was.
By the way, rook f3 check.
King e8.
What's going on?
Now it's starting to get a little bit wild.
Who's playing for the win here?
It's starting to get. Are you starting or it's?
I guess it's been going.
It's
been getting wild for a
like
while.
king e8.
Okay, but now I can go rook to g3, right?
Well, that I have at least a draw. We understand that.
But I thought I'm playing for the win.
I did too.
So I go d3.
Correct. D3.
But
We
now I
were going
go-
to take the pawn.
No.
What?
Now I
We're
go
not?
g7, right?
G7.
Am I not the first one promoting now?
Yes, you are. Sorry.
Once you go rook g3, then I take on c3.
Right.
But this is still a draw because
Of
I
course.
give you check on
Of course.
e6, then capture the pawn, and
Yeah, I mean, you can just make a draw the most direct way as well, which is just to take, and then you will make a draw.
So we think Ashritha still has a draw in her pocket.
Yes, but wow, it's been a hot potato with the half point being tossed around like there's no tomorrow. So what would have been the outcome if Ashritha had not played rook f3? If she had just gone for the queen, would she have been winning this or not? What is this a table base
I believe
position?
that's a draw as well. Yes.
It's a draw.
Yes.
Wow. Why?
So remind me again, D3.
D3. No, I think it was King E8. The king is actually on E8.
Because she took a, she gave a check.
Oh yes.
Well,
exactly.
let's say she would have won
yes,
D3.
I wanted to ask. Yes, and queen.
Yeah, this is still a draw. Queen and now G7.
Queen D5.
Queen
check.
D5.
Queen D5. King G6. I need to
You
get
can't
close.
hide anywhere,
I need to
right?
get close to my king.
To
my
the rook.
Excuse me. Yeah.
No.
Because I give check on E4, and if you go to H5, I have check on H7.
Yes. Once I get close to my rook, there's no way you can do anything.
Is there any chance of transferring my king to G8? And
that's fine. And then
also.
No, but there's no way
I'm
of
just
transfer.
staying there.
Staying with your king next to your rook.
Yeah.
And then I can't separate them.
Right. Maybe.
Coach.
Maybe, yes.
Crickets?
don't believe me.
Wow, what a game. But for Arena's, let's say, hopes, she really had to come in today. Because look again, Ashritha is sitting at the bottom of the cross table with a single draw. After
Absolutely, and if Irina wins, she's trying to catch up
Exactly.
to Carissa and Begim.
But she would be very fortunate, as it turns out, to draw this game. And it still feels like somehow it could be a 3-result game because, I mean, these ladies are exhausted.
Something might happen.
I know. It could be magic. Is any magic happening in Andrew Tang's?
Not much. No. We still, not that much has happened yet. And the problem is, you might be thinking, hey, maybe I can take the pawn on H5. But
exciting.
Not really.
Not so exciting.
Not really. You cannot take that, right? So bishop to D8. But look, again, he's poking. He's trying to find the hole in the position. It's just not happening. Andrew is playing a really good defensive game right now.
That move, king takes H5, reminds me of a little video I saw with the mouse happily jumping around and then snap, the mouse trap and you're dead.
That's right.
I was like, oh my gosh, mate and one, king takes H5, and back with Arena Crush and Ashritha for a moment here as we're seeing rook check, king just came back to F7. So there is a draw in hand with the move rook F3 check.
And by the way, if Arena draws this game, going into the last 4 games, the 2 co-leaders will have a 1.5 point lead over the rest of the field.
Right.
That's significant. Yeah. That is truly significant with only 4 rounds to go. It feels like it's slowly but surely becoming a 2-horse race at that point.
Yeah, because again, Carissa having won over Alice Lee, that's a very, very significant victory for her.
She played Alice Lee. Begim played Alice Lee as well.
Right.
Out of the top 4, it's only going to be Begim against Irina that haven't played against each other.
Exactly. Looking at, so again, if you see Carissa at the top, she's played Begim, she's played Irina, she's played Alice. Did Carissa play Anna Zatansky?
I don't think so.
So Anna is, and then she just played Talia. We know she's going to play Atusa as well. So Carissa, well, at this moment, her chances of winning the national championship looking very good.
Yeah. Maybe let's take a look at the game between Tatev Abhimanyu and Atusa Purkashian, because Atusa has that extra pawn with bishop endgame, but Tatev is trying to defend.
Yes. With this, it sure does look good for Atusa, I must say. You're going to play bishop b5, you're going to play c4 at a certain moment. You're going to force this trade, and then your king can come up and play nursemaid, no?
But you also have to be careful about the f5 pawn, right?
Right. Okay, so at this exact moment, king d2 on the board, black to play. Let's just take a look, shall we? So I want to play c4. So you can't take the pawn on a6. That's a discovered check.
But I could play
You've got to
first king e1. Can I do that? Oh, I cannot.
Let me.
Okay, let's show it to viewers.
King E1. Okay. So you're attacking the bishop, you're attacking this pawn, and you're attacking this pawn.
And if you move the bishop to d3, which you're not going to do.
Right. Yeah. And you would love to play the move bishop e4. But yes.
So this is a way to lose it immediately.
Exactly. But you were about to tell me that the pawn on f5 is not so easy. At the moment I play king d6, you want to tickle me.
Right.
Right. So you would presumably, I don't know, king c2. You just hang about. Okay. So where could I
One thing I'm kind of happy is as white that all my pawns are on dark squares.
Yes.
So you can't really attack them with the bishop.
Exactly. So let's have a look. So I go here, 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 takes. Now I pause because although I am patrolling this diagonal, how do I get my king to, you know, how do I escort
king b5?
Yeah, let's take a look, yes? King b5, well, I've got king b2, so you're not, you know what I'm saying, you're not squeezing around. And if Tatev can play this one.
By the way, Tatev, she played king e3.
In the game?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So did...
yes, captures, c4, captures.
I see. So takes. And she put her king. Oh, of course. I'm going to play king c7 just to push your bishop away from the c8 square, right?
But can I now play king d4? No, that's a lost endgame, right? You can capture the bishop, king c6, and then king d5.
Yes. And actually, I'm going to go after the a pawn, not even the other. But that doesn't matter. You're not going to play king d4. You have to move your bishop. So...
f3?
Okay, good. But now, Atusa, maybe she's finally getting ready to realize this pawn. How do I do this? b3, king d2, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Wow,
so I like that king on d4. If I can get my king to d4, I'm definitely more confident about my position.
Okay, let's go. Let's see it. King d6, king d4, bishop b5, just waiting.
So bishop d5.
Bishop to d5, just waiting. Yeah. Bishop a4, you're going to go bishop b7. I'm not happy. So bishop e2.
So bishop b7.
Okay, so finally, am I ready to rumble? b3,
king c3,
e3, bishop back, bishop here, yes?
Yes. But maybe, Yasser, you can even, instead of bishop c4, can you go king c5?
Yes.
So king c5, you give me the pawn, but then you get your king to d4.
And that's nice. I mean, so long as I'm keeping my pawns on a6 and f5 protected, I'm doing very well. King e3, king takes f4. Tatev still has a lot of work ahead of her. I want to go back to the Arena Crush game because I just feel so defeated in my understanding. She played d3. Check this out. Check, king f7. And she avoided the repetition, which she could have claimed with rook f3, and she played d3.
Okay, what about rook d8 now?
Rook takes c3.
Oh, rook takes c3. Okay, all right.
I think you were mentioning that you didn't like the fact that white could bring her rook to f6, right? So d2. What else?
You can
Rook
give
takes.
check on f3, but I don't know how helpful that is and to whom.
Indeed. d2, the same. And, well, this is the same ending that... and she did give the check on f3, by the way. So in one line we put our rook on g3, in the other line we can put our rook on f7. You know, it's funny, at one time I went through this whole, it was the Averbach endings. I don't know if you had these books by Yuri Averbach, all of these endings, bishop endings, knight endings, rook endings, and stuff like that. And I did look at queen versus rook endings, and I was so happy to understand how to win with the queen against the rook, right? Because that was hard. Winning with the queen against a rook and a pawn, I didn't want to bother.
Especially when the pawn is close to be promoted.
Right? You know, it's just hard enough to win with the queen against the rook, and the queen against rook and pawn. I just always, and there was these certain moments where you thought the pawn, as it was moving up the board, then you were losing the game. It was like the pawn was better on g2 than it is on g4. Like if because the queen comes behind the king. It was really, you know, as a teenager trying to understand that ending, that was just close to impossible.
So Ashritha has a queen, and Irina Kraj has rook and 2 pawns.
I'm just going to update my board because the players have reached the position.
How do we feel about this position? Does she have chances? I mean, from an objective point of view, this is a draw. But how are her chances?
I don't think white really has chances because the black king is too close to the pawn.
No, we think black has chances.
Oh, black
for
has
sure.
chances.
No. Full stop, end of story.
Oh, okay.
White is trying desperately to draw. There's no question about that. Now the
But
question,
how can you ever get closer if I keep my rook on f7?
But rook f7, I go
exactly.
king e6, right?
Yes.
What do you do now?
King g7.
Okay, so I go check and I take a pawn.
Okay, you can.
I'll take that pawn at some point.
But now how are you going to make improvement?
Okay. She's going for it. Okay, rook to
so
f7.
Check.
h7. I would be just moving king g8, h7, g7.
G8, h7. So this is the point. If the pawn were on g2, it's an easy draw. With the pawn up the board, funnily enough, you might get yourself zigzagged. How would we do it? How would we do it? So you're saying I'm going to put my king on h7, g7, or g8. Those are your squares.
I'm not going to make any other moves.
Correct. So by the way, the players are reaching, queen takes a4. So I can, for example, in this position, how do I do this? I can make it your move, right? But you have to play rook f6 check.
Okay, then I have to give check.
Right. So for example, I can go, I'm just going to make it your move, and then great, big deal, right? You've got, I made you make a check. So I here, it's
all
clock,
about the time, guys.
Clock.
Seconds.
Clock.
King g7, okay.
Because she couldn't push the pawn. She has 6 seconds left.
Okay, when she did that. Okay. Here, Kate, this is how you lose. King g8, queen h6, right? Our analysis. That is how you lose the game. But whether or not Ashritha can force that is a completely different question. So if I could play,
But why do you
king
lose
g8,
after
queen
king
h6.
G8, queen h6? And I go g7, what do you do next?
What?
You
have g7.
I'm thinking that I might have it. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just pushing
Yeah,
my
but
pawn.
I didn't manage to keep that fortress as I thought that I will.
No,
It's not
you're
easy,
always getting
right?
kicked out. Yes.
So you're saying, Cristian, if you don't mind me saying it,
Let's
this
put that
way,
position somehow.
Okay.
King h7, queen h5.
Yeah.
King g8,
so
queen h6.
Here. We get the position, and you said to me g7.
Right.
Can't I play?
And now king h8.
Right. I was thinking king f8 mate.
Right.
King h8, of course.
It's still not over because you do give a check on h3 that forces me on g8, but I don't see how you get closer.
It's like one of those long distance.
Right.
But king h8, that is...
We'll always do king h8, yeah.
Wow. You never know what you're going to learn on a chess program. Queen versus rook endings.
Let's get the king somewhat closer. So let's go queen c3, for example.
Queen c3.
Or let's give a check first. Queen h3, king
Okay.
g8, and now king e6, right?
Right.
Get the king closer.
Our king's in the vicinity. So...
By the way, guys, the players are kind of following our analysis and
They
getting
are.
into that position.
They're heading in that direction with the queen trying to overcome the rook and the pawn.
So
And,
her idea right now is she's going to try to keep the king on g7, not g8, because she wants to give, whenever king to e6 comes on the board, she wants to give all sorts of like rook f6, rook f5, rook f6, rook f7, rook f8 checks.
Right.
If the queen tries to swerve away from e5.
Exactly.
So maybe king e6 now?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the testing move, I feel.
King e6, and I think you wanted king g8, Kate.
Now queen h5.
And king g7?
Right.
And king g5?
Queen g5. Yeah.
Queen g5.
And so you were saying...
No,
you're
let's go queen h4.
Okay.
Because now the king doesn't have where to go, right?
Right. And that keeps an eye also on f6, so I don't get to play rook f6. I think this is where I managed to force you to play g7.
Finally you got.
But then I didn't
But this is
find
not the
the
same
way
position,
to win.
because queen g6, this is not the same position though. So this might be a bit testing. Queen h5. Where do you put the rook now?
Wow.
I don't know.
I don't know. And playing with only increments,
that's what worries me.
It's incredibly hard for Arena. By the way, how much time does Ashritha have?
She has 6 minutes, and Irina Krush has 1 minute.
That's comfy. That 6 minutes, I can set up some traps and calculate a few moves ahead, whereas Arena has to play, well, with 30 seconds, right?
Right. By the way, I think Atusa Purkashian is winning her game because she's getting into that endgame position that we talked about.
Right. The bishop is on c. Well, but king c5, king b6, I see. And by the way, Ashritha is going for that position, and we're expecting queen h4, which she's just played, following your advice, coach.
Giving you an update on the Hans situation, nothing
Yes.
has happened. Still a very similar position to where we left it. So
that's like the old Saturday Night Live skits. I'm going to give you a partial score. Missouri Tigers have 15.
Right.
That's the end.
In like 30 minutes, they still have 15.
Yeah, they have 15.
And the other side has exactly the same score.
And Arena, rook f8.
Are the walls closing in a little bit?
Okay. Rook f8. That doesn't spoil anything, right?
No, I
Rook
don't
f8.
think so.
Because we were looking at king g8, queen h6, but rook f8 seems safe. I'm a little bit mystified here. How? Okay, so rook f8. So imagine I give you a check, Kate. I'm imagining your king going to g8, right?
Right.
So if I just wait for a second, do you want to play g7 or not? Am I
prefer
forcing?
not to. I
You
prefer
would
to just
prefer
play
not.
back rook f7.
And you waiting for black to somehow, if it's possible, to force the pawn to g7.
Because the rook is really nicely cutting off the black king who cannot do anything. And once I push
True
the
that.
pawn, the rook is kind of weakened.
Yes, fair. That is very fair. Atusa, Tatev in trouble. Bishop can come to d3. Black's bishop is coming to d3. And king e3. Tatev in really big trouble
Maybe
now.
let's take a look at that game.
Yeah,
Is she?
sure. Let me.
No, I think she's doing fine.
Is she doing fine?
Yeah, I mean they.
Wait, you cannot play bishop d3?
Just bishop h3.
Because bishop takes and king c5.
Yeah, I think she's fine.
But I thought I'm faster as black.
Are you? Shall we take a look?
Let's
Because
take a look.
she didn't challenge. So
Take
here,
that pawn.
and I presume
thought
here.
Go towards the pawn. Yeah, g3 maybe.
Yeah, g3.
Okay. Fair.
That's the,
b6. We both queen, right?
yeah, actually white queens first. Still slightly better for black, but because you're closer to the pawn, but it should be a draw.
Agreed.
At the same time, it's something to play for.
Okay, in that
But she
case, if I
didn't
cannot
do
do
it.
this,
She
then
went bishop f1, bishop back to b7, and I'm just going to refresh my board, everybody. And bishop f1, just a second. What do we have? We have bishop f1, bishop b7, bishop h3, bishop c8, bishop back to f1.
So if I go king e3 now, it's the
Yes.
same thing? I assume it is.
We're getting the same ending if I trade bishops, right, on a6.
No, I got a tempo here. So I trade the bishops.
You did.
And then I promote first.
And you win.
Which is a big difference, because then I probably
Absolutely.
can trade queens. And I'm very happy my king is going to capture that pawn on h4, and that is winning.
I think it's still a draw, but...
What?
King b6, right? But you do get the pawn.
This is drawing?
I mean, you get the pawn, but theoretically, I think this is a draw.
Wow.
Again, it's not going to be easy. You're going to suffer for a very long time.
Wow.
But I don't think I have to do this. Go
feel
back
like
for a
there's-
second.
I feel like I've got big holes in my endgame knowledge here.
Me too.
And they're cavernous. Go back when you want
Instead
me
of
to
taking
stop.
on a6, can I go king c7?
That's an intriguing move. You're
And to
asking
be honest,
very,
if you
very
go
good
bishop
questions.
e6,
Yes.
I might even go king d6.
And it looks like a draw has been agreed, actually.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay. All right. That's a good escape.
Some
by Tatev.
questions
I am
in this
surprised. I
ending.
thought Atusa was going to try to push more, but
I did
maybe
too.
it is draw.
Wow. Okay, big surprise. And going back to the arena crush game, because we do have this situation where if the rook goes to f7 now, we could put our king on e8. It doesn't mean it's getting to f8 anytime soon. That's a big moment, because the question I keep asking myself, is it good to push the pawn to g7 or not?
I mean, did you see what Irina just did? She grabbed
No.
a white queen, maybe getting ready to promote.
It's comforting to have the queen in your hand.
That's ambitious.
And you're about to promote, right?
That's truly ambitious.
Just to make sure you put pressure on your opponent, because you're saying, hey, I'm going to promote. I need this queen.
Right. Nice.
Well, to be honest now, can you just simply go g7 and then keep the king on g6 and h6?
That was my question. Did the table base tell us whether or not
it's a draw.
draw?
Yeah. No,
It is a draw.
It's still a draw, yes.
With the pawn on g7,
G7
or on
was
g6?
fine. Yes, g7 was fine.
Okay.
But now, you know.
Rook f7, king e8, and again, king g8.
So we are expecting maybe queen d5, just bringing the queen closer.
But then your idea, king g7, right?
By the way, let's take a look again at how Irina, how she grabbed that queen.
That's a typical chess power move.
Right?
Right there.
An off-the-board power move. Give me my queen.
I was like, you're not getting that queen on the board. Come on. You know that. I know that.
It was this one, I think it was in the juniors. It was Ilya Nizhnik. He was a junior player when he was 8 years old. He had his teddy bear. And he would come to the board with his teddy bear. It was his comfort animal, right? His protection. The queen, give me the queen. She's holding it like this. She's ready to queen. A draw on this one, Hans Niemann very, he's been pressing forever and ever, and nothing has changed.
No,
nothing
absolutely
has
not.
changed.
Yes, and we can look at the position.
By the way, I mean...
He tried to bring the king to the center, but outside of that, nothing has actually
But
changed.
Andrew is getting lower on time, right? It's 5 minutes now.
That's the key, yeah.
That's
Get
the
him
hope.
down to his last few minutes. Maybe
Right.
then you get the chance.
Exactly. Now...
But you see, he brought the king to d4. I did think that
Yes.
is one of the strategies to just continue playing for something.
Exactly. I thought the problem of bringing the king to d4 is that at some point black might play the move h5, h4. Shall we have a look at that?
Sure, let's take a look.
If I play h4, how would this...
But if I go rook h3, don't go king h5.
Because you're going to sacrifice the
I'm
rook?
going to capture that pawn.
Very nice. That is... because unluckily for black, for Andrew, pardon me, the bishop is perfectly misplaced. So in this exact position, in the current position, we have bishop e6 on the board. Sorry, not h4, bishop e6. So if I had this position, let's say, and again, if I'm just going to make a bad move, pardon me, isn't h4 a threat or not? Because, boy, the way I see it, you know, I've got a passer. Okay, I'll give you a pass g-pawn, but I can deal with that.
You know, I was thinking that if, let's say, you play rook c3, I go rook a8, and then I'm going to ask you, do you really think you are the one who is pushing for advantage?
No, I don't think that the rook belongs on c3. On the contrary, I think the rook is, you know, trying to play to the 7th as well as the 6th ranks with rook a6. So rook a3, c3, terrible move. But if it was, I'm just asking the question, if it were black to move, h4 definitely disturbs the equilibrium. I think there might be a 50 move rule here coming up too, because I don't know when the last pawn move was. Rook takes a6.
So let's say we have rook h4,
Okay.
pardon me, pawn h4.
Yeah, well, we have to, yes.
Yeah, let's say rook c3, something
okay,
random.
pawn h4, yeah.
Pawn h4, rook h3.
Okay, king up.
And now g6.
Yeah, but then aren't I trading nicely the h pawn for your g pawn? By the way, rook g7 on rook a7 on the board probably forces bishop f7. I'm just going to refresh my board for a moment. Rook g7, probably bishop f7. When was the last? Rook takes a6 was the last capture, yeah?
Correct. So I'm going to...
That was some time ago, though, right?
I'm going to take a look. What number was that?
Right.
I'll let you know. And now we're at move 95.
51.
15 moves.
No, sorry, that was pawn takes on c.
When was the last pawn move or pawn capture? Or when was the last pawn move or capture?
It was at move 62.
62.
And now
So
we're at
add
move
50.
96.
So we need another...
You guys do the math.
Come on. You're my top agent in these math.
I think it's 15.
I'm going to go with 15.
That's only because our producers are telling us that.
I don't know. With Tom, man, I mean, he throws us these curveballs every now and then, you know.
We believe him. We believe him. we believe him. All right, so...
15. Well, that, by the way, that would influence me not to play the move h5, h4 if I was in Andrew's shoes. Because that would completely...
I guess at some point you're going to go some
reset.
king c5, right? Is that how you want to make the push? The final push for that victory? King c5?
Yes.
Or is it the final push for a loss?
Yes.
After h4?
Both. Well, you do give c3 as well, right? I mean, you start to wonder, you know, are you losing control?
Yeah, you have to be careful about not over-pushing the whole position.
Right?
Yeah.
Is c3 an issue?
After king c5, c3 is an issue.
Yeah, oops, yeah.
Yeah, you might be in trouble. Okay, so king c5, if that doesn't work, then how? Okay, you got your king to d4.
Yay.
Managed to change the position. what do you do next?
Right. Well, like you were saying, I mean, I think it was really the entire intention of that was to, at a certain moment, have your king on d6, and you know, through the magic of look at my hands, I would get to play e5, e6 in those cases. But I just don't see how we're going to get that.
By the way, we have an interesting position now in Irina Krush and Ashritha Seirawan game, because Queen h6 happened.
Okay, that was how Ashritha was going to try to.
Because I think that was the only move Rook f6 that actually drew.
Really?
No.
So we did get this moment of a Zugzwang, and as we were saying, Queen h6. So g7, but I thought g7 was drawing, so because after Queen e6, Cristian has suggested King h8. If I take the rook, whoop, and it's a promotion. But she did play, by the way, Rook f6 and King e7 on the board.
Now you're starting to see some ghosts.
As white.
Okay, you go Rook f7, right?
Right.
King e6.
Well, now
you go this d6.
We
or
do.
King d6.
Yes.
To ask that question with Queen e6, King h8. Are you going to see King h8, or are you going to get scared about it?
Yeah, the moment you see mate in one, you definitely have a fright.
Right.
Yeah, but being in Ashritha's shoes, I don't know if I want to be risking King d6. I feel like I'm moving away from that pawn. I don't want to lose this game.
Oh, no. Oh, no. So we do have King e7 on the board. We're expecting Rook f7 and g7. By the way, that's probably a loss, right? Yes.
Okay, big moment right now. How much time does Irina have? An hour? Sorry, a minute and 30 seconds.
Would this, if I could ask just a funny question, Rook f6 check, would I be losing after King e5, King f7?
Guys,
in the table base?
Is Hans better? Sorry, not Hans, Andrew better after this move, Rook to a6 and h4 potentially?
That's a question I've always asked. If I'm in Andrew's shoes, I'm aspiring for h4.
Right, so that one might be exploding sometime soon as well.
But Andrew just played Bishop e6.
Yeah.
I think he's not taking any risks as opposed to Hans. He just wants to make that draw. He's low on time.
It's so difficult, right? I mean, you've defended the whole game, and finally now you play h4, time it up perfectly. Probably not. You're going to go Bishop e6.
Which he did.
Yes.
But had he played h4, you were about to
things
tell
get a
us
little bit tricky.
something.
Yes, yes. h4 is not that easy now because King h5, King g4 comes fast.
Right.
And you're not stopping me anymore. If you go King e3, then I use the other pawn.
As a decoy, yeah.
And I believe this was the idea. If you do go Rook to c6, now I go h3. And if you do try to catch me, you cannot because of Bishop to d5, right? Rook on c6 is badly placed.
Nasty.
That was the key. Okay, he did not play it. He played a move, Bishop e6, King to e3, and now we're getting closer and closer to that 50-move rule because none of the pawns have moved since Rook takes a6, 40 moves ago.
Right.
So they have only 3 more moves to do, and then it's 50 moves. Am I correct?
No.
62 all the way to 112, right?
Correct.
And
okay.
right now we're at
so
move 100 after Bishop d5. Hans is going to play move 100.
Bishop e7 check.
Wait a minute.
What? What just happened?
Probably nothing. Probably nothing. Probably nothing. But, okay, so you go King g7, I would assume, right? Or King to f7.
Yeah, I would assume King f7. But
okay, King f7, let's go here. How do you set up the defense again?
Bishop e6?
Bishop e6 was
Bishop
our
e6.
go-to.
And then King to g6. Yeah.
Yes, that was our setup.
It's still there.
Our fortress.
It's still there. Nothing has actually changed. What did Irina do?
Did
she make a move? What happened in that one?
Whoa.
Okay, so she did go G7.
What?
King was on E6. Okay, Rook F7, King E6, G7.
Okay. So after all of the finagling, Ashritha managed to achieve her maximum, which was to force her opponent to advance the pawn to G7.
And now after Queen H5, the rook has to go a little bit further away from the king.
So this was her goal, and she's
played
achieved it.
Okay.
But now, now that you mentioned the rook has to go away from the king,
where do you put it?
F1 or A8? I want to get it as far away from the action as possible, right?
It seems like all of the moves with the rook that don't blunder the rook in one move make a draw.
Okay.
So you're still fine, no matter what you do.
Wow. There you go.
Very exciting game, this one. Up and down.
Wow.
Theoretical rook end game, now queen against rook.
And I thought I rode the roller coaster yesterday, and the Tatev Talia game, this one, is another wild ride. I'm just holding on as the car is shaking across the tracks. Rook F1 on the board. Just before I could ask you, would you go to the other corner, Rook A8, or would you choose Rook F1?
I think Rook F1.
Makes the sense to keep the king cut. Yeah.
And if black goes now Queen H4, just to stop check on E1, and you are not able to play King F8, because then there is the one move checkmate.
Yep.
So you have to move the rook again.
Yep. But here I get to play Rook F8 back, right? Where it's nice and protected. And this is where the move Queen H5 forced me to move my rook all the way back down again.
Okay, Ashritha went for King E7.
After inviting rook check.
A little bit before.
But rook check, I go King D6, right? Oh, yeah, I don't think you want to give a check. By the way, allowing me maybe to go to G6 and then to high to H6.
Sorry, what do you mean? You mean if I had if I checked you a moment ago?
Right, maybe I can go King F6.
And I keep checking you?
King G6.
And then the idea was you wanted to hide to H6.
Yeah, but then you go King H8.
Uh-oh. Give me my queen.
I'm not giving it to you. I'll go Queen E5 and I'm still fine. But yes, I see what you're saying. Now you can again check until eternity.
Right. Okay, let's just update the current position, and this is it. We just have Queen H1 on the board. By the way, that does put the kibosh on both Rook F1 as well as Rook A8. So don't blunder the rook, but you have to make a move. And Rook F2 seems like a fine square. There's no way to, I mean, to check you and pick up the rook, right? You're just going to stay, you're only going to be able to check on light squares.
Yeah, and both players have only 1 minute to go. But it looks like Ashritha, okay, she's giving this check, but there's just no way to improve the position.
Yeah, you can't check in such a way as to pick up the rook.
What is the update of Hans against Andrew game?
How close are they to the 50-move rule? Well, guess what? You got 10 moves to go. 10.
So Hans went back to the king to H4.
H4.
So good trip for the king, but nothing there, so let's go back.
Right. And by the way, in these types of positions where the king was on H4 some time ago, I would have just gotten the arbiter say, I'm claiming a 3-move repetition, because I want to make sure that we haven't reached this position before 3 times. But all I'm doing is giving my opponent a few extra minutes, which I don't really care about. But I get the information at the 50
How many more moves do you
go.
need?
Right, that's what I mean. I'm getting all of the information I need. By the way, bishop was a discover check against the king. Andrew just said, go ahead, do your worst. excuse me, what am I doing? I take the, oh, my bishop's hanging. Oh boy, good morning, St. Louis, sorry. The bishop on e7 is under attack, and I was just having a discussion with myself about king takes h5.
It's so easy to blunder after 5 hours of playing.
You know it, you know it. Wow.
But it looks like Hans will have to go back with that bishop.
And is time a factor in this game? I mean, they've
Not
been
so
playing.
much, no. 6 minutes for Hans, 5
Right.
minutes for Andrew, but again, only 7 moves to go. And it's very difficult to change the position, actually.
Yeah, well, I have to tip my hat to Andrew. I mean, because he's defended extremely well.
That was a brilliant defense. Yes, yes. No, this
I
was not
mean,
easy. Hans
not at
was
all.
putting a lot of pressure all throughout the game. He tried everything. He threw the kitchen sink at Andrew. Just couldn't move him.
And again, from the opening that Hans had, he's going to be very upset with himself that he allowed the escape, because when we came in, we just barely sat down in studio and we go, what is knight e7, knight g6? And you've given the central pawn duo.
White having everything he wants. Pawns in the center.
Development.
Great space for his
One little
kings.
trick right now.
For
Don't
his
go bishop
pieces.
e6 attacking the rook.
Why
Then
not?
you lose after bishop f6. That's a double check. I
Oh,
get my
that's
rook
a
to
double
g7.
check.
Finally, I got my rook to g7.
how
I got
nasty.
everything that I wanted.
How
But king
nasty.
g6 and bishop f7 is the way to
hold.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And again, I'm just going to go back for a moment with Ashritha. What? Ashritha did pick up the rook. Check this out. She managed to get a check in.
Yeah, but you
attacking the
cannot
rook.
pick. Wait.
What?
That's, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, it's a...
That's really good what she got. but
Yeah.
Even this is not enough.
Oh, that's
Even
so
this
cruel.
is not enough.
That's so cruel. Oh my goodness. So I can take the rook, but I can't checkmate the king versus the queen. Yeah, I can do this. Takes, queen, check.
For a second, I got worried for Irina because this queen is coming closer.
Right.
Queen g4.
And this is the maximum. Now, I'm not threatening anything other than this as white, but I don't have the quiet move with my king, you know, that we're so used to seeing. Draw there. Let me just refresh the board as we see queen g3 check on the board. King h7.
King h7, yeah. Or king h6. Just don't go king h5. I think that loses.
Take the pawn.
I'll take that pawn, finally.
with both hands.
Give me that pawn. Give me that pawn. Thank you very much. Okay. This seems to be going towards its finale.
For those of you who are joining us late, my goodness, was this a crazy, adventurous rook and pawn ending, and we're just amazed at the outcome of this game as it started from what we thought was a completely losing position for Irina, and she somehow managed to trick her opponent.
And then that rook endgame where we didn't know at one moment who's playing for win.
Right, right. What a roller coaster ride. Queen d3 check on the board. I'm going to go back to the Hans Niemann game because how close are we again to the 50
5 moves.
5 moves.
5 moves away.
It's a countdown.
It's a countdown, yes.
It's the final countdown.
No. It's that time of the broadcast.
Yeah.
I guess.
We're getting a little ropey here.
It's that time of the broadcast. Okay.
But
yeah,
that's
f7, right?
That's why we have defibrillators in the room. We're going to lose our co-commentator.
There's no friendships on the chessboard.
There are no friendships. Or in the commentator studio.
There's no friendships on the chessboard.
Right. Chess is life, and life is brutal.
Okay, now e6 is a threat.
Wow, it's taken Hans this long?
Now we go bishop f7, and then we get back to the rook e6, rook e8 plan.
Why don't we play bishop e6?
Bishop e6 also works.
Okay. Just wanted to be sure that if your threat is e5, e6, and rook g7 mate, wouldn't it behoove me just to stop you from making that advance? And Andrew says the same question. Bishop e6. Rook
c6.
And 4 more moves for Andrew.
King g7. You cannot take on h5. Because you get checkmated.
Yeah, that is just... That would really be the bolt from the blue, right? Rook c6 on the board, by the way.
Rook e7. There's just nothing Hans can do to improve the position.
No, sterling defense.
Look,
Sterling
he tried
defense.
again. He tried for so long, but it's just not happening right now.
It's like the immovable object or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's truly what it is. Rook to e8 back.
Rook a6, rook e8 back, just as you prescribed.
Move 110. 2 more moves to go.
Wow.
And I wonder if, at that point, Chris Bird intervenes.
I don't think so. I think the arbiter is forced to intervene at move 75, but that might be blitz rules. Because I know that there are certain differences between the classical chess rules and blitz rules.
Yes, I think recently they changed that and now he needs to intervene, but we're not sure. We're going to find out very soon.
I'm curious to see. I thought that arbiters should not intervene. They should wait for the players to claim 3/4 repetition or 50 moves rule.
King to g7, finally giving Andrew one more chance to take on h5. Come on, Hans, take on h5. Don't you want my pawn? You've been trying to take that pawn for a long time.
And isn't that move? Aren't we now there?
Yes,
Bishop
right
to
now
b4.
Andrew can write
by
down
the
his
way,
move and stop clock.
I think on our server, our software said,
"Yep,
boink." Our software said, "Draw." I mean, yeah.
And Andrew just
Lichess is just claiming it's a draw.
As a draw. That's it.
Yeah.
And Hans is checking his
looking
score
as
sheet
if
like,
I'm shocked.
Right?
We have
I'm
the
shocked.
confirmation.
Yes.
Hans looks a bit surprised.
Yeah,
I feel like he doesn't think it's 50 moves.
Right.
60 moves. They shake hands.
Right.
That's it.
And we're seeing
And
our
we see
sixth
a slight smile on Andrew's face. Well deserved, because
he held a very difficult position, so you just have to say well done. But by the way, that does mean 6 draws out of the 6 games today. Maybe Sam Shankland missed opportunity against Sam Sevian, but that's back-to-back days of 6 draws.
things have slowed down in
Big
the open
time.
section, but we still have 1 game left.
So we have Ashritha trying to win that endgame against Irina Crash, but Irina is defending very well.
Also.
Okay, I see a check on e7.
By the way, Ashritha has only 22 seconds.
That's all
Whoa.
I see. Okay.
Okay.
King e5.
Was it somebody forgot their clock recently in a very important top level game?
Yeah, I mean, it
It
happens all the
happens.
time.
Yeah.
It happened quite a few times in the Chess 9 and Lex that we hosted here in St. Louis. Gary forgot a couple of times.
Yes.
Leinier as well. But okay, those were rapid games to start with.
Right.
But the Leinier gets so close every single time.
No, when he does it with 1 second.
He's always at 1 second. I don't know how he does it.
My heart just kind of stops, like it's the longest second in chess. Like, I don't know how he manages to do that and not, overstep the time control. By the way, this looks even more simpler now. We don't, Arena does not have to play king g8. Now she can play king g6 and force the perpetual check by playing king to g6 and king to h6.
Just be careful not to go to f7, right? That's the last trick kind of Ashritha is putting there.
So this is the perpetual I'm mentioning because I'm threatening the queen, but the one thing you don't want to do, oops, wow, that would be painful. And king g6 on the board.
And I think right now we're going to see the final repetition.
Wow.
Don't go to f7.
Yes, that's it.
That's the one.
That's the painful square.
Just don't go to f7.
So 3 decisive games in the ladies section, no decisive games in the open. So all of the standings are going to be remaining the same in the open. But I have to say, watching Carissa and Begim win their games, and they're lopsided. The games that Carissa won today was just overwhelming, as was Begim's game. I mean,
they had no troubles whatsoever in their games.
It was really impressive, dominating victories. Arena was very wobbly in this game, and I think she'll look back on it and be fortunate to draw on it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
King h6.
Yes.
We're going to see the repetition soon. That's it. Both ladies finally get the realization that they both miss chances.
Yes.
And they know that.
Right.
They both miss chances. Arena had a good middle game situation, and even as they entered the first time control, she was doing great.
Mm-hmm.
She could have converted. She should have converted. She did not, and she will definitely be upset about that. But at the same time, this endgame was completely losing it.
For Ashritha to play knight e6 takes f4, that was really in it.
And what a long game, almost 6 hours game.
Right. And there's going to be a new book in chess, How to Wear Out the Commentators. And it's going to be co-authored by Hans Niemann.
And Ashritha.
Disrespect the commentators and wear them out.
Those commentators.
Yeah.
All right. Don't go to h1. Come on, Ashritha. Please don't go to h1 with the queen. I mean, just to repeat the position.
Right.
It's time.
It's time.
I think it's time. We see a slight smile from Ashritha. I think she's done trying. Yep.
Yep. They're gonna soon
h4.
agree.
Mm-hmm.
King to g6.
So at last they're making their 3-time repetition. I think we can pretty much wrap up our broadcast after this repetition, but you got to give us the final word on today. Think of something very clever to say.
Absolutely. Let's
as usual.
That final handshake.
Right.
None of the ladies want to
I think that's
claim the draw.
Right? How many times have they done this?
Irina
Many
was
times.
okay. Is it time? Yes, yes. Checking.
She's writing down the move she wants to make, and then she stops the clock.
Yeah. Yeah. And Chris Bird is like, sure. Yeah.
I've never seen an arbiter so eager
that was
to
the
run the dinner.
fastest checkup that Chris Bird ever gave in his career.
It was like a nod of appreciation. Thank you, ladies. That was funny. And let's just take a look at the open standings if we wrap up the 7th and last round.
So we have Fabiano Caruana leading with 5 points out of 7. Hans Niemann clear second with 4.5 points. And then 2 players, Wesley and Leinier Dominguez, tying for 3rd.
And it's a 2-horse race in the ladies section.
In the ladies section, we have Carissa and Begim Tokhirjonova at 6 points out of 7. They have a 1.5 point difference to 3rd place, Irina Krash and Alice Lee. they're running away.
Absolutely. Arena came into today's round in clear third, but now she's joined by Alice, who won 4th game in a row. Uh-oh, where we're being told, uh-oh. Well, Alice,
you guys are doing well, but
Sabina,
I'm not sure it's enough.
Nice. And in the
okay.
Wait a minute. The one time I actually
get it out.
You put it back.
Get it out. Nobody cares. Nobody get it out.
Not bad. Not bad. Final thoughts, Cristian. Wrap it up for us, please.
Well, in the ladies section, it's pretty clear to understand who was favored in this round. It's Begim and it's Carissa who are the winners of this round. Not for the simple fact that they won their games, but their nearest competitor, Irina Krush, lost half a point.
Right.
So that's extremely important. In the open section, it's not that clear, but I wouldn't call this a neutral round either, because Hans had a great opportunity. Right. White pieces completely winning out of the opening. This was his moment to take the full point home and potentially equalize Fabiano's score. So Fabi definitely will be feeling good tonight going into tomorrow's round, because he dodged the bullet in that one. He tried with the black pieces, but it just simply wasn't enough. Still everything to play for in the last 4 rounds, and we'll be here to call it.
Absolutely, Cristian. Thank you so much. Kate, thank you so much. It was really, really great. Tough, long battles, but that's what U.S. championships do. You fight to the very end. And the full measure.
Really amazing day seeing just those games by Carissa Yeb and Begim Tokhirjonova and Alice Lee.
Dominating performances.
Great calling the shots here.
Thank you so much for sharing your day with us. Tell your friends and family where you've been hanging out, and we will see you all tomorrow. Good night for now.
Bye, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.